Yeah. Woo! Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After a little hiatus due to unforeseen circumstances, we are back. It's time for the eye test. Welcome, guys. Welcome in. Good to be back with you. We really appreciate you guys last week, this week, all the other weeks. Appreciate you guys tuning in to the draft show. Appreciate you guys, coming in and making our show as entertaining as it always is. We really appreciate that. Man, been away for a while, but that didn't slow the news down from the NFL or the Falcons. Going to get into a little basketball talk also, because you got the conference, not the conference finals, but you have the NBA playoffs going on right now. Be sure to keep up with that as we are. But we've got a few issues that we've got to discuss here. We're going to take a look at how we did in the draft, how well everybody performed there. And we're going to take a look at the issue that overshadowed the draft. Because I got a size 13 shoe waiting on somebody's rear end to put it into. Just give me a couple of candidates. That's all I want. I just want a couple of candidates, for the Golden Toe Award. I'm kicking field goals tonight. And I'd like to welcome in Red. What's going on, Red?
What's up, John?
How you feeling?
I'm feeling better.
How's that hand doing, man?
Doing okay.
You able to? Well, I know you can backhand with it. Can you? Yeah. Can you? Yeah.
Yeah, I can slap somebody now. I can.
Oh, okay. All right.
Grab.
Well, yeah.
I can grab. I can. It's getting my motion back now.
Yeah.
Couldn't do this I couldn't do this last week.
Yeah, that's good. That is excellent. Excellent news. Like I said, I know we got at least two subjects that we will probably be kind of extensive on because of.
I'm all yours. Man. I'm halfway yours tonight. You plus Malakas, but I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because Man, I tell you, boy, if you ever had children. Oh, there Ryan is. What's going on, Ryan? Glad you popped in here.
Hey man, you know what? Y'all show me love on the show all the time. You and Red, man, I gotta definitely show y'all love, Red. Glad to see that you're doing better with your hand. Now, when training camp start, if you get to see Jack's old brick or whatever, you can use that hand with that cast right now and give him 5 across the bottom lip. You know what I'm saying? Backhand style. What you say about that, John?
Man, boy,
Run.
I tell you, hey, old John Brooks.
He ain't even got into it yet. You just about to get started till you got off.
See, hey, look. That's why I titled my show "The Crank Yankin Falcon." Boy, I tell you the truth.
Hey, I'm telling you, I ain't gonna let little old Brick Jr. steal my thunder, steal my joy.
You can't. At this point, you really can't, man. Because, man, they actually gave Terry full control in this draft. They really did, and they let Terry actually work. I believe they kept Rich McKay out the room.
Go too far west. Oklahoma about as far as he went. That's as far as you need to go. Come back here. Come back south, buddy. Yeah.
But you know what? But you can trust the product that Brett Venerables has put out as a defensive coordinator. You know what I'm saying? Going back to his Oklahoma days, then you look at Clemson. I mean, let's be 100. Charles Peanut Tillman was one of his boys.
Yeah.
And you look at all those defensive linemen that came out of Oklahoma that played in the league for a long time. So I wouldn't be surprised if that might be one of our stomping grounds that we pull from.
Well, that's SEC now, so that's fine.
Well, yeah, that's SEC now. So
hey, you have to remember that. You have to remember that because see, they used to be the enemy.
Yeah, they used to be the Big 12.
Yeah, they used to be the enemy. But I'm telling you, we can start on anything y'all want to start on. But see now, John Brooks, see, yeah, he keeps throwing stuff up here. See, cause thing is, man, I just have and let me welcome before I get started. Let me welcome Winston and Ron to the stage. What's going on, y'all?
What's up?
What's up, Winston?
What's happening?
You on location?
Always and forever.
Oh man, he out there. He out there in the woods somewhere. Hey man, keep preaching the solar gospel, sir. Keep preaching the solar gospel.
I'm working on it.
Yes,
I'm gonna be out in Georgia with it. By like June.
Oh, okay.
I'll be out there for like 2 weeks.
Okay. Hey man, stop on in. All you do stop on in, man. But let me. Well, what y'all want to talk about first? I mean, we.
John.
John.
Yes.
Belt.
Good. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Belt
Yeah.
John.
Hey, Ron.
We pulling out belts. We pulling out bats.
Ron. Hey, what was that, Ron? I missed that, Ron. Hold it back up again, Ron.
A hot suit.
What did the Mexicans call it? La Concla.
Hey, John.
Old fashioned.
Hey, John, I'm gonna be 100 with you. I think I know he in his 20s, but I think Pops need to go ahead and make him get one of them old down south Mississippi butt whoopings where you jump out the tub and you tear his ass up with that strap. Good time. Think about it, John. It's not the fact that you pulled a prank. It's the fact that you cost this man $100,000 and he only make 1.6 million. Can you imagine? Let's just talk about the money. We ain't gonna talk about the bullshit because everybody knows that the bullshit is what it is. $100,000. What if y'all are parents? Some of y'all are parents, and some of y'all actually are. You know, all of us had parents. Could you imagine what our parents would do to us if we cost them $100,000 from their job? Like seriously,
I'm gonna tell you this right here, Ryan. And I'm not even a fan of this, but dude, you gotta go. This is kicked out the house type of shit right here, man.
He was already out the house.
You got to go.
Really done.
That's the whole thing.
I mean, I'm not saying I might let you back in later on, but right now you got to get up out my house, dude.
He was already out the house. Though. The thing was, he came home. He came home and visit. All right.
Oh, he don't even stay there.
He's in college.
He in college, man. Y'all know where he go to school at, right?
What happened was he came home. I guess he went to his father's office or whatever, and saw the open tablet. On the open tablet, he said they put Shador number and probably Warren number. All right, Warren tight end. Shout out to Alley, right up the street. Yeah, I went to Alley. But Warren that got drafted to the Colts. The Colts.
The Colts.
And like number 7 or whatever. He prank called him too. All right. Yep. So he prank called both of them. But these are the only prank calls that happen. All right. Now, what's going on is the NFL are investigating other calls from different area codes and stuff. So our portion of the prank call shit, that's over. That's over. But there's like 5 other calls that they still investigating.
But you know it was something that happened last year. Cooper DeJean got one last year. You got to think about Abdul Carter got one this year. Mm-hmm. There's a ton there. So there's a ton of people that have gotten prank calls within the past couple of years. And the only reason why it made news is because these 2 dumbasses, and yes, I said dumbasses, if you're going to do dirt, especially like this, why would you record yourself or be live doing it? Like, what? And I want y'all to be honest, man. How do y'all feel about this generation of kids? Like, when they do, like, we all done did mischievous things. All of us have.
I ain't gonna sit there and tell on myself.
But
exactly. Why would you tell on yourself like that?
But
because go ahead, Ron. Go ahead, Ron.
These kids today, remember, our parents put fear in us. Yes or no?
Our parents put respect in us.
Right.
My mama and daddy put their foot in my ass.
Well, okay. On that subject.
You were scared of the consequence, but you wasn't actually scared of your parent because you know if I do exactly what I'm supposed to do, then therefore I don't have to worry about that.
Right.
Now, if I did do such and such and such and such, I know what the outcome is. So you were fearful of the outcome. You weren't scared of your parent. So therefore, you have respect for your parent, but you were fearful of your outcome.
So today, kids don't have that.
The kids nowadays, they do shit for clout and attention and likes, bro.
Yeah, and you man. Let me tell y'all something. One thing that when I first started getting on Facebook or whatever and typing in stuff, you know, I'm gonna say what I want to say, and you know, I'm gonna try to be halfway right in what it is that I say.
Yeah, but grown ass man. So it don't matter.
But see, this is the thing. I was running into people that were my age or a little bit younger that were scared of what the majority thought about them. They were posting for likes. Okay, instead of for what's right and wrong. Okay, for what makes sense. You just going along to get along. And this situation here. Now I've done 2 separate singles talking about this situation. When it happened, I went on 92.9 The Game when it happened. When it broke Sunday night, I was on 92.9 The Game Sunday night acting a fool. Because we have 4 instances within the last 10 years of breaking NFL rules. 4 instances. Now, how long is the NFL going to, that was my question, how long is the NFL going to continue to just slap us on the wrist? Now, they took a draft pick because of Kirk Cousins acting up last year, talking, blabbing all out. Okay, we could have got in trouble with Kirk Cousins blabbing again about himself being injured. Okay, that could have gone badly. You've got the head of what committee he the head of, Winston? Because I always get it wrong. It's competition or the rules committee. What?
Competition.
Yeah, you got the head of the competition committee, part of your team, part of the management staff of your team. Hopefully, way back in the doggone shadows this year. Hopefully, but he's still part of your team.
Right.
Now, this man might look Goodell and the rest of the owners might get fed up. And really, gentlemen, think about this, because see, this is something else. What if Mickey Loomis from the Saints decides, oh, what the Falcons doing? I want to file a complaint about the Falcons prank calling them, represent me, acting like it's me talking to Shedeur Sanders.
But the thing
What if New Orleans Saints?
But the thing about that, John, I think people putting more focus on trying to blame it on the Falcons instead of it being placed on an irresponsible ass kid.
Right.
Oh, true. See, that's the thing, because Stephen A brought out this point. He said, okay, the Falcons happen to believe him. What if the Falcons didn't believe him and thought that it was him instead of his son doing it?
But see, that's just it. It was way too much evidence pointing out to the fact that, one, they recorded the shit. That was one.
Right.
Two, he's sitting in the background while he done passed the phone number off to somebody else. Like, kids gonna do dumb shit. Like, even though he's a grown ass man, but what's even bigger than that, though, John, is the fact that, and I've been getting in this argument every day with people, like, just ignorant shit. Like, oh, they try to throw like Shedeur, like saying the whole thing happened to him because the NFL is racist and all this other shit.
Nope.
No, that's not it at all. If you really think that's the problem, then I guess you didn't see that 80% of the people in the first round drafted was black people. I guess you didn't see that, the first 3 people drafted in the NFL this year was black. I guess you didn't read or go out there to do your research on something where Shedeur showed up to a team meeting with security and his whole entourage. I guess you didn't see the fact that he wore headphones with the music blaring in them while he was talking to a team meeting.
Preach.
And they can hear the shit coming out of his headphones. I guess you didn't know that he was FaceTiming people while he was in the team meeting. You went in there like, yeah, if you want to blame it on somebody, blame it on Shedeur and blame it on his daddy. Blame it on his daddy, because his daddy, one, he tried to basically he went in there with that entitlement because you trying to basically do stuff based on what your daddy did.
Big dog.
That's what your daddy did.
What's your name, bro? Because I didn't see your name pop up, man. I know everybody on the panel.
I'm Antonio.
Oh, Tonio, man, what's up?
What's up, bro?
Hey, so now that you pointed that out, here's my question, because half of this Falcon fan base ride with Prime or whatever because he played with us for a couple of years, and whatever he say is golden, and don't nobody ever want to speak against the almightier than thou Dion. But let's keep this a buck, man. When you really look at it, hell, you can even go back to the video footage of him and Cam Ward working out together. He was like, hey, man, we need to cut a video. Cam said, the only thing I want these people to know is I play football.
Right.
Like, Cam was letting you know what it was from the jump.
Right.
And this is my thing. And I blame parenting for this. Now, let's talk about it. When you look at it, parenting plays in part in this. When you look at the fact, I think Will's backstage, John. He was trying to get on, but Will was trying to get on. But what I was saying was, think about it. We were taught how to go on job interviews by our parents or grandparents or whatnot. Or if it wasn't that, a coach taught you this. You don't go into a job interview pretty much telling people, demanding what you want, demanding what you're gonna do. Now, when you go in here, you follow the protocol first. You see what you're gonna go through, You know, I understand that you have to market yourself, but your dad understood the fact that he had to sit down and talk to general managers first. These people that's gonna be signing your money. Like, let's keep this a buck. White folks run these front offices. Magic Johnson and Serena Williams are minority owners. It's nice to have them up in there, but we still don't have a black owner up there yet.
And not only that, Ryan, it's the question for the whole panel. What makes this motherfucker legendary?
Well, for one, the records that he set. But for two, and this is where y'all got it all wrong. All right, y'all keep sitting there. He just sitting there being pompous. His dad pompous. This and the third. His dad's fault that he got drafted in the 5th round. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because
he was mediocre in college.
Stop it, man! Stop it. All right. So where the hell was Jackson State before he got there? What the hell
Jackson State. Oh, you want me to answer that for you? Because Jackson State had a couple. Wait. Jackson State had a couple of national titles before Prime even showed up.
How long ago was that?
And again, that was within that time frame. It was within the 7 years within that time frame, bro.
That's the same shit that Laker fans sit there and say. Well,
okay. When he was on that,
we got all this history. When the last time y'all got a goddamn title before LeBron got there?
So here's the question I got for you.
Hey, hold on one second. Hey, William, I'm trying to bring you up, but I don't know what's going on.
Hey, well, hold on. Hey, William, everybody, the door's open, man. Ain't nobody doing that dumb shit you did last time now.
Hey, that was my bad. That wasn't Antonio, my bad, Winston. Hey, Winston. No. So let's be real. So he got a chance to play in 2 national championships, right? And guess what he did? He folded like a bad bag of dope. That was what he did. He folded in both.
Hold on. Who had a chance to play in
Prime and them? Here you go. Prime and them played in 2 national championships with Jackson State. They lost to South Carolina. Wait a minute, you asked. They lost to South Carolina
with no talent.
Man, Jackson State was Jackson State was the powerhouse of the HBCU at that time when Prime was there.
Hold on. I got a question for Winston.
You asked or whatnot. The last championship. Wait a minute. He said the last national championship they got conference titles in 2021, 2022, and then 2024 after Prime was gone. Now the last
so they got conference titles when Prime was there.
The last national so
the underman team, right?
The last championship they were in. They lost to South Carolina. They lost to North Carolina Central. And then the year before that, they lost to South Carolina State.
When was that?
Huh?
When was that? When were both of those?
Those were in 2021 and 2022, sir.
Okay. All right.
And they lost.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Because there's a national consensus that all those Jackson State teams were undermanned.
Man.
Right? Okay. So then they left. They achieved, they underachieved, they overachieved. They punch above their weight. Then they leave and go to Colorado. Colorado the year beforehand won how many games?
But here's the funny part.
Colorado
won 4 games. As soon as they left, Jackson State won a national championship 2024. They literally just won.
Pipeline now. They have a pipeline now. That would tend to happen.
They had a pipeline before Prime got there.
They didn't have a pipeline before Prime got there.
I got a question. Do you even watch HBCU football?
Yes, they didn't have a pipeline
before. They had a pipeline, dog. I'm telling you this.
You're boosting right now.
We can agree to disagree on that because I can tell you.
Winston, let me ask you a question real quick. So do you actually think when Prime went on TV and he basically told the league, put the league on notice, like,
what's up, Keely?
And it's ironic as fuck if you really think about it. The man sat on national TV and said, "Oh, if he went to Cleveland, I'm not gonna let him go to Cleveland." But it's ironic that Cleveland is the same team that picked him up, though, right? Right?
Hold on. For one, where did he actually sit there and say that on national TV?
Well, he didn't. It was on the Tamron Hall show. It was on the actual quote was made on the Tamron Hall show. He did not specifically name Cleveland, but he did say that he was going to.
Hey, William, is that you?
Where he was going to go?
I come back.
William,
it's my connection. I come back.
And remember this. He put that list out of X amount of teams on his X page.
Ryan,
and he said,
"Hold on. Go ahead, Q.
No, you just asked the question where he said.
I know that's what I said. Go ahead.
It was on the Tamron Hall show where he made the quote that he wasn't going to let his son play for any team that wasn't going to be good for him. And he said that also applied to Travis Hunter as well, that he was going to veto him going to any type of bad situation. He did not name the Cleveland Browns specifically, but it was inferred that people trying to connect the dots that it would be Cleveland.
Therefore,
I got you.
Off of what you just said, right? He never explicitly said my child Travis Hunter can't go to Cleveland, can't go to Jacksonville, can't go here, there. If it's not good for them, I'm going to step in. That's what he said.
He expressed that he had the ability to dictate the situation. I think some people were offended by that.
Hey, John, I'm going to go ahead and send you that tweet that Deion put out because it was in 2018 before he took over at Jackson State that he said his son wasn't going to go to Cleveland. I'll make sure I send that to you. You better go look at them old tweets. Tidy just told you.
Yeah, Tidy just posted something.
2018, and not just that.
Hold on, we'll Winston, take a look.
Hold on, Winston. I want to, since you're saying the stuff that you're saying, I want to actually know in your opinion, why did Shedeur Sanders' drag stock slip so much?
I mean, hell, call a spade a spade. There was a black man doing the same shit that a white boy does.
No. Come on, bro.
No.
I already knew you were gonna go there. That's why I asked the question.
You got to be honest about it. Hold up.
Who you saying the same thing that a white boy?
That's a weak ass argument, Winston.
No, it's not. Yeah. It's really not because look at what Shedeur actually did last year, right?
Look at what he did. He still felt like everybody else, bro.
All right, so can I talk?
Can I talk or can I not talk?
You asked me a question. Can I talk or can I not talk? That's the same shit the media do. All right. So now, look at what Shedeur just did last season. Look what he did the year beforehand. Look what he did at Jackson State. All right. Now, with that, is that not reminiscent of what? A Baker Mayfield? Baker got a Heisman. Don't get me wrong. Baker has a Heisman. All right. Is that not reminiscent of what Johnny Manziel did? The exact same shit.
But to be fair, can we both say that?
Can he hang his hat on? Because you asked the question, I'm gonna answer it for you. Johnny Manziel. You asked what it.
But both of them were regarded as more talented, though. Both of them were regarded more talented. Continue.
All right. So both of them are both regarded more talented. That's not the issue to have. Not at all. All right. So off his talent level and what they had him rated as.
Who is they? That's the poor part. Who is they?
I mean, hell, the media. All
right. So the media is very different than the front office. Continue.
All right. Media is different than the front office. Not a problem. All right. So therefore, right, when media have somebody rated in anywhere from number 1 at quarterback or to at least the top 5 at quarterback, how do you slide all the way to 5th?
Just for clarity, you're saying top 5 in the draft overall or top 5 at the position?
No, just at the position. To
be clear, because in 2022, the number 2 quarterback didn't come off the board to the 3rd round. So it's just being the top 5 at your position does not mean you're going to be a 1st round.
3rd round and 5th round are 2 entirely different parameters.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Being top 5 at your position means you can be drafted in the 3rd round, and failing a bunch of interviews can mean that 3rd round pick falls to a 5th.
And there's a big ass difference.
I could care less either way you put it, but I'm gonna be honest about it. There was some bullshit behind it.
Right, but there's a big difference. There's a big difference.
There's some bullshit behind it.
There's a big difference between being confident and arrogant. There's a big ass difference.
All right, so what? Johnny Manziel sitting there saying that obviously they get drunk all week long and then wake up and go through a Saturday morning walkthrough and when a Friday walkthrough because I'm trying to sober up, drink some more Friday night and then go play football on Saturday. That's not being arrogant.
Hey, Winston, I got 2 examples for you. I'm
Matt
sorry.
Castle in 2022 had the same rhetoric and was saying the same things. He was a strong arm quarterback. And where did he end up in the draft?
Matt Castle was trash in college. And
no, I didn't say Castle. I didn't say Castle. I said Corral out of Ole Miss in the 2022 draft.
He was trash in college.
Bro, come on, bro.
Yeah, hold on, bro. Let me ask this question. Let me ask. Hey, hold on. Hey, Winston.
He was trash in college.
Winston, let me ask you this question.
He was a Mac Jones. Except
Winston,
hold on. But go ahead.
Part of the
Winston, let me ask this question.
Coming out of the combine was his immaturity and his mental state.
Hey,
that
Kenny,
was.
I got
let me ask this. Let me ask this question, Winston. Winston, let me ask this question.
Yeah.
When did it come out? What it was that you said that Johnny Manziel said? When did that come out? Did it come out prior to the draft or after?
It came out before and after. And then he said did the interview with who was it? Was it Pivot? No, it wasn't Pivot. It was one of them major little sports junk. He said like, bro, like real shit. I would sit there and drink. It might have been Shannon Sharp. He was like I would sit there and drink and party all week long, and then goddamn I would go through walkthroughs on Friday, and I would literally sit there and force myself to make every snap and shit because I'm literally trying to sober up from the week beforehand, and then I would drink a little bit more, sleep on the ride or the bus to the game, and then I would go play the game. And I'm going. It's called
pretty privilege. Before
I got it, Ryan.
Before we pass it on to Ryan, I just want to ask you one question, Winston. Do you think that Shedeur, Dion, and their team hold any level of accountability in this slide?
Yes.
Okay. Ryan.
Yeah, I'm not negating that. I'm not negating that at all. I'm not negating that at all.
I would say this.
I'm saying that the slide from a first rounder all the way to the 5th. That's crazy work.
I would say this. I think it's a perfect storm because last year you had 6 quarterbacks go in the first 15 picks. It wasn't a lot of quarterback needy teams. Not very many needed a starting quarterback. Now, if you're taking an arrogant guy to start, that's one thing. One to be the backup, that's going to be a distraction. That's a whole different story.
Yeah, but see, I feel personally that this is more to like a pushback to the outrageousness of NIL deals. See what I'm saying? Because NIL deals are getting preposterous. Like now you have college quarterbacks that's sitting and making like bread. You literally had Tennessee quarterback that were making 2.5, asked for 4 mil, and went to USC for like 1.2 or some shit. It's too much. It's too much money at play. So now when you have a quarterback that sitting there just being arrogant, like quarterbacks are, most quarterbacks are arrogant. You got to give it to them.
You can't do that. You can't.
Most quarterbacks are arrogant.
Is Penix arrogant? Is Jaden? Have we ever called what's the quarterback up in Washington? Have you ever heard of him being arrogant? Lamar Jackson has.
I said most quarterbacks.
I'm going through all of them. I'm going through the name. I can keep going of quarterbacks who has never been associated with arrogant.
Hold on.
Matt Ryan has he ever been associated with being arrogant?
Didn't they say Lamar Jackson was arrogant when they first was trying to push him to?
I have never heard that of Lamar Jackson ever.
That's a lie.
Okay.
No, you can't tell me what I've heard. You can't tell me what I've heard. I said I've never heard it.
Well, what I'm sitting saying is this: when Lamar,
so it can't be a lie.
When Lamar was first coming out of college, they were sitting there saying that he was arrogant, he was pompous. They said that he's better suited to be a wide receiver, and because his family and himself was setting pushing to stay at quarterback, that made him arrogant and all this other stuff.
Now, I've never heard of Lamar Jackson being arrogant.
Let me say this though.
All right, hey Ryan, go ahead, Ryan.
Let me go ahead and get this out. Now, see, you mentioned all this and you tap danced around this here. So,
Antonio, you go this.
Now, you talked about these guys in college. Now, you mentioned those 2 guys or whatnot with Johnny Manziel and Baker Mayfield. Here's the difference between those guys, and Shedeur. Those guys have marquee wins over top-ranked teams that were actually good teams that were championship caliber. Shedeur has never done that. So again, when you sit back and talk about it, let me finish. I shut the hell up and let you talk. Let me finish. I shut my mouth. So let me get this out. Think about it. Bro, think about it. Baker Mayfield knocked off Texas. He damn near knocked off Georgia in that playoff game in 2017. And then when you go to look at Johnny Manziel, he knocked off a Nick Saban team that was poised for a championship that year. So when you look at that, you can hang their hats on performances that gave them the chance to have that Heisman Trophy. You have to at least have one or two performances that are above and beyond of what you're producing to get that Heisman. They weren't slouches, man. You can't compare Shedeur to them two. I'm sorry. In college, them two was killers. They was killers in college. Now in the NFL, it changed. But at the same time, go check. And also, because Tidy brought this up, go check. And I sent it to John. I sent it to Red. I think I sent it to you in your DM or whatnot. That's a tweet from 2018 or whatnot that Prime had out that he said he was not letting his boy go to Cleveland. That is from 2018. Everybody resurfaced that tweet.
Come on, like Cleveland changed drastically since 2018. But let's go back to your initial statement just now. All right. Mm-hmm. Now, so you sitting there trying to say what was it? Texas A&M and
Alabama when they was on their championship run. Texas A&M beat them. With Manziel.
Hold on. I said where Manziel and Mayfield played at.
Baker started there, and then he went to Oklahoma afterwards. Because remember, he had key wins over Texas, which got them in the playoffs or whatnot. And then they almost beat Georgia. It was a blocked field goal that helped the Bulldogs get to that national championship in 2017 because we went toe to toe with them whole night.
That's not what I'm asking, bro. I'm not asking for all that shit. All right.
Well, I gave it to you.
I'm asking this. What was the rosters that they had when they was quarterbacks?
Texas A&M just had Mike. Texas A&M only had Mike Evans on that squad, bro. Offensively, defensively, you got two of those guys. You had Von Miller on one side and Mike Garrett
got
on
an NFL coaching staff, man.
You
got a whole NFL coaching staff at Colorado.
You
got like professional coordinators.
They didn't have that.
Coaching can only elevate, but so far, if you do not have talent. And then
got a number 2 overall pick on the team.
Tyler, you're on the panel now.
All right, we like to welcome Tidy Jones to the panel.
Tidy can actually answer this towards what I said to say. Coaching can only go, but so far, if you do not have the talent to compete, point blank period, there's nothing coaching can sit there and do. And we went through that as Falcon fan. Now, Tyler, am I wrong?
I always thought that talent superseded coaching. I'm gonna always stand on that.
Okay.
and not just that.
So here's my question: was the talent at Colorado insufficient for the conference that they played in?
Yes.
Stop, bro.
Yes.
If you to say they were insufficient to play in the SEC, cool. Or the Big Ten, cool.
The Big 12 is lower than both of them.
So why do you need the talent of SEC in the Big 12?
They was not at the top of it. Oregon was at the top of it.
That's not the question.
Oregon was in the Pac-12, no, not the Big 12.
Like a bunch
before they moved the last season, they moved to the Big 12.
We was in the Pac-10 and we came over to the Big 12.
But here's my question: the talent that they had in their conference, was it on par with the TCUs, with the Baylors, with the other teams that were in the Big 12?
Okay, I'm gonna say this.
In their conference, they came along with us.
I'm gonna say this, and
Oregon was at the top of the conference.
Oregon was never in the Big 12. They were in the Pac-12. But I got you though, because
they moved to the Big 10.
You're right, because they moved to the Big 10, and Colorado was in the Pac-12 for 1 year.
We both moved to the Big 10.
Yeah,
Oregon's there's not a Pac-12 no more.
No, I know. I said they moved, and you guys moved to the Big 12 this year.
That's why I said the same. In Colorado,
I thought you said Pac-12.
Okay,
That's on
let me ask you this, Winston.
So that's the point. So just for clarity, because you said they moved with you to the with Oregon. Oregon moved to the Big 10. Colorado moved to the Big 12. That's a lesser conference in terms of talent. That's not the same talent level of the Big 10.
Do you actually think, Winston, that, and I done said this on my page, I done said this on Tidy page, I done said this on Red page, Shedeur rode Travis Hunter fame for all that it was. He rode that shit, bro. And you can say whatever, because to me, the difference between Travis Hunter would have did the same thing with any quarterback that he had, because that's just Travis Hunter. And since we calling a spade, man, bro, if you really sit back and you think about it, there is no fucking way that my son gonna go to the combine. One, don't participate in shit. That's one. Two, and then you want to sit up there and tell, like, with interviews that you having at the combine, you telling coaches and GMs that, like, no, I don't need to go out there and do nothing when you can just look at my tapes from last year. Are you fucking serious, bro? Has Shedeur went through the same process? Even when you look at the tapes of him and God damn, I can't think of his name now. Who got drafted number 1?
Cam Ward.
When Cam Ward and Shedeur was doing them tapes and stuff together, and like Shedeur was doing it just because he wanted to get the likes and shit like that. But look at the way that he acted, and look at the way Cam Ward acted. Cam Ward was about business, bro. He was about business and trying to get drafted. So he went through the process. He went through the whole process.
I'm not knocking it.
Shedeur went through that same process and had humbled himself during that shit, he would have got drafted in the first round.
I don't know.
He didn't do it.
Here's what I would say, because a lot of people have pointed this out. Chris Carter, he did a podcast where he laid out all this stuff. There's a lot of people who've been speaking on. Shedeur knows how to play football, right? He has elite skills, but he doesn't have the elite talent or physical ability, right? So, for example, typically at the top of the draft, the Peyton Mannings, the Andrew Lucks, the Josh Allens, all these guys, right? Typically, there are these guys that are 6'5", 230, great arms, like Carson Palmer's, like these are the Cam Newtons, the 6'6". These are the guys that typically are taking at the top, right? Shedeur is with 6'1", 200-ish, right? So
210. 212.
I've seen two different listings. I've seen the one that come by and say 212, now on another scout report it's at him at like 199. So just with a grain of salt. Either way it go, he's not Cam Newton or Peyton Manning or Carson Palmer. He's not 6'5". He's not Josh Allen or Andrew Luck or all these guys. They're typically taken at the top of the draft. The Carson Wentz, the reason a Josh Allen, like the same draft, Mason Rudolph throws for like damn near 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns at Oklahoma State. And he's drafted well beyond the guy who never completed over 56% of his passes at Wyoming, because Josh Allen is 6'5" with a cannon arm. It's the physical talent that is like I never heard of Khalil Mack until the draft. I never understood why he was a high pick until I looked at the film and he was lifting grown men off the ground. That's all scouts had to see, was this man lifting grown 300-pound men off the ground. How many sacks, how he performed in college, at that point is secondary to the physical talent. So I think as hype as we are about Shedeur, once the season ended, you know how scouts do. They check in how fast you release, your hand size. Is he like, they're breaking everything down.
They do their due diligence like they're supposed to do.
They're about to fork over millions of dollars. Yes, before they make the investment, they tear everything down. Like we had the whole thing with Kyler Murray over his hand size for the whole summer before he got drafted. Over hand size.
As Keely say, no stones unturned, my boy, when you get ready to invest that money.
Let me ask y'all this. So I'm gonna wrap this up. Which round did y'all have Shedeur going in?
I had him going in. I'm gonna be real. I had him going in the second round because it was a defensive heavy draft, And I said the reason I say second round, and you can go back and look at the birdcage and see that, I said because a lot of teams were really trying to get edge rushers, or they were really trying to straighten their line or get weapons or whatnot to a certain extent. So I had him going in the second round.
All right. Keeler, what round you had Shador going in?
They were talking about him sliding before the draft even started. Like,
what round did you have him going in?
Well, what I was going to say is I don't think it matters, because it matters where where we think and where the owners had him on their board are two different things. I had him sliding, and people on there, and Cleveland had him on his board clearly much lower than that. Giants had him much lower than that. So I think that's the big. That's the big.
Hold on one second. Millie Mills, that is not a football related.
Well,
that is not a football related situation, Millie Mills. I don't even know why.
No, Jerry Jones. That was the little thing with Jerry Jones and what's your boy Jamie Foxx had that conversation, and he got caught on tape talking about looking at his players on size.
No, you lying.
I am not.
Jerry
Jones caught on tape.
Okay, let's go on with the rest of the conversation, please. Let's good grief.
Okay, Winston, let me ask you this, Winston. You in the solar, right? And heating in there, right? Winston?
He might be in the portal.
Yeah,
Okay.
he might. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. If I was filling out a job, application, right, and I wanted to come and do solar, and heating in there, right? And when I got an interview, I walk into your office. I got my best friends with me. I got security with me, and all of that. And the whole time that you talking to me, asking me questions, right? I'm basically telling you about what you do, right? How does that look? How does that look towards a coach or ownership or owner of a company when I'm basically in there coming into a meeting for y'all to ask me questions, but I'm not even really trying to answer no questions because I'm already feeling entitled, like I got the job anyway. How would you feel about it?
So, well, for one, don't nobody go into a regular 9-to-5 job doing that. So that's not an equal compensated question. But also,
how is it not?
What you talking about, man?
That's a job
interview.
How is it not? It's a job interview.
Stop it.
Man.
That's not an equally compensated
you
question.
Making excuses now, man.
Honestly, Winston, people do go in typical high corporate job interviews with that same type of entitlement. That does happen quite often.
And a high corporate type of job.
That's Tidy, tell them what happens to those folks that don't get them jobs.
That's what the NFL is. It's a high corporate job.
But hold on. Hey, Tidy. But aren't those people that sitting there going in there? Aren't they sitting there trying to be courted instead of trying to court whoever the job is sitting there?
If you have leverage, if you have leverage,
is that what's happening?
Your question is the employers are courting the employee. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, isn't the employee going in there? If they coming in with an entourage like that, they're trying to be courted, not the other way around.
No. In the regular corporate world, employers court employees just like NFL general managers court regular NFL prospects. It's the same thing. If you're a hot shot at Apple and you done proven yourself and Google, they trying to get you to leave Apple and come to Google, man, they gonna court you. They gonna take you to dinner. They gonna fly you out. All that stuff.
Exactly. That's
not Shador's situation, and that is not Shador's situation.
That's literally why Shador did the exact same shit.
And that's the disconnect because that's not his situation. And security, bro.
Y'all moving the goalpost because y'all sitting there trying to say like, what happens here, but he can't do it because he's doing it. No,
we're stating
no,
bro.
All right. Well,
hold on.
Real quick.
Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all
the example though. He said if you are a proven hot shot was Shador a proven hot shot commodity? Like, I've already won at Apple, I've already done all this, and the company wants you. Was that
right,
Shador
situation? Watch it. Let me ask you this.
I guess we're not gonna get an answer for that one.
No, because
I didn't get an answer for mine. Hell, what the hell are you talking about?
Huh? You said what?
I didn't get an answer for mine. I'm the one that asked the question.
Y'all keep compounding questions on top of shit. All right, Antonio, what was your first question?
With him going like Toddy even said, like with him going into an interview, who do you know shows up to an interview with an entourage and security?
I mean, somebody of
Nobody.
a high value person.
Nobody.
That's a lie.
Nobody.
That's a lie.
Man.
That's
Nobody.
That's a lie.
Okay,
That's
now let me weigh in on this. Hold on. Let me weigh in on this for a second.
John, let me say this right quick.
Who is that, James?
Yeah, that's me.
That's Big James.
Hey, what's up, James?
What's going on? I'm going like this. Winston. He was a
Can
hot
I go after you, James, please?
Yeah, you can. He was a hot. See, look, you want to say that. I ain't say that. What's good, fella, before I get started?
What's up,
Winston, I'm gonna keep this short, simple, and brief. He was a hot commodity in college. He just another football player in the NFL. Whoa.
That's a lie.
That's not a lie.
Being a hot commodity in college is the reason that you're going to the NFL. That's a lie.
But that's another. That's another.
Who's he a hot commodity to? Who prioritized him as a hot commodity? Which team?
What James just prioritized him as a hot commodity.
No. What team said he's a hot commodity? We gotta have him.
That's the thing, Winston.
Winston, he started the entire argument saying that he was a hot commodity in college.
Key word. To Colorado. So when he came to the NFL, when it comes to the NFL, he just another NFL player. That's with the first round draft picks, big dog. It's really not a hot unless you unset the charts, whoa. And him, big dog, he just another NFL player. He came in with a cocky attitude when he shouldn't have. And it drove him from almost a $50 million contract to a 4-year, $5.5 million contract.
And let's keep it a buck. Had Travis Hunter stayed at Jackson State, Shador wouldn't have been no big deal, bro.
Well, I'm not gonna do that to Shador.
I am.
Well, he knows how to play quarterback. He's just not where he thought he was. He knows how to play the position.
I agree, Keelan.
He's undersized for what the NFL typically takes at that part of the draft, and he's not a rare talent. Like, you will see another Shador Sanders talent come around in another year or 2 years. If he came out last year, I don't know if he goes ahead of. We took 6 quarterbacks. Which quarterback is he going ahead of if he came out last year?
And if anybody really paid attention, look how fast from the time when they at the 144th pick, when he got drafted, when he was in there and he was crying and they was dancing around, doing the Holy Ghost, to him turning that into an album release party, right? That went from an album release party to him really sitting there thinking about that shit to saying, you know what, I'm done with fucking music.
Hey,
I'm just gonna focus on fucking football.
Let me ask y'all a question, right?
Well, my turn.
Hold on. John, this is very quick. 2 seconds. Okay. All right. Keely said that Shador is undersized and underweight, right?
For players that are typically taken at the top of the draft. We're talking over 100 years of NFL history.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay.
I'm not talking about the exceptions like Kyler Murray. That's once in blue moon.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I ain't even talking about Kyler Murray. How do y'all feel about Michael Penix?
I think he has generational arm talent.
He was the most NFL ready quarterback that came out last year.
I hope you're not trying to compare Shador to him.
Some were saying that was Shador, some were saying that was Jackson Dart, some were saying Tyler Shutt.
Nobody said no
That was the Deion coach that kept pushing that narrative. That's really what that was.
Okay, that's fine and dandy.
Yeah.
But let's go back to what Keely said. He said undersized and underweight, right?
What's up, William?
All right.
Good.
Shador, 6'1", 216. Michael Penix, 6'2", 220.
Okay, two different arms though.
And
that's
the difference is
that's not what the argument was said. The argument said was undersized and underweight.
But that's common
But
sense.
the difference is Penix can actually run. That's the difference, and he got speed.
Shador can run. They got the
he ain't got no speed. What you mean?
Man,
we don't know because the guy didn't participate at the combine. That's some of the problem. We don't know.
Either way it goes.
Michael Penix participated at the combine. We don't know what kind of speed Shador got because he didn't want to do nothing but walk around.
Hey, Tighter, but just remember this too. Penix also showed how much speed he had even before he blew his knee out. And then when he went to Washington, after that knee injury, he still ran and still was getting away from defenders. And the difference between him and Penix led his team to a national championship, even though they lost. And was one of the top quarterbacks in the country.
I'm aware of that, but I guess what I'm saying is when we try to say who's fast and who's slow, you got one man that went to the combine and got on the clock. So okay, they know this kind of speed he got. You got one man to say, well, I ain't finna run I ain't running no 40, bro.
Yeah, like no, you can't forget the goddamn Penix had all that talent around him too. Y'all do remember Brady?
You can't forget that he has a generational arm talent.
Penix going to Indy.
I'm not knocking that.
That's the biggest elephant in the room. That's the biggest
It's not because
it is the biggest elephant in the room. He has a cannon for an arm.
Tom Brady never had a generation arm talent.
Tom Brady got drafted in the 6th round.
In the 7th, and Peyton went in the first.
More of my
talking about.
The point, why are you bringing Brady up and he's like a 7th-round draft pick?
Here's my thing. Penix won at Indiana.
I said
that's said enough for me.
Drew Brees didn't have generation on time.
2nd-round pick. He was a 2nd-round pick.
Stop it.
He was a 2nd-round pick and replaced by a 1st-round pick in San Diego.
But Brees was a dog at Purdue, bro. I don't know.
I'm talking about where he was drafted. As good as he was, as good as Brees
was a different animal.
It wasn't the same, bro. Brees was way different than Purdue, bro.
We just gonna have to agree to disagree on this, John. Hey, John, go ahead with the next segment, bro. I'm dead. Otherwise, we're not gonna move on it because y'all not gonna move me on it. Y'all not gonna move me on it.
Before we move on, I'll say this though. I do think they could have helped his case, and it didn't help that Deion served as his son's agent. That I'm
not negating that. I do not negate that.
If you have an impartial agent who is in conversation with these teams, hey Cleveland, what do you have him rated on your board? Hey New York, what do you have him rated on your board? These are conversations that you can then go back to the client. Hey, they say they think you slow. Okay, well, I guess you will be running the 40 at the combine. Oh, they say you're releasing too slow. Well, I guess you will be throwing. These are conversations that an agent comes back because he's in constant dialogue with.
But Kelly, what was his response?
Hey,
what was his response?
Tony, let me say that. Hey, Winston, we don't really have to move your needle on this because at the end of the day, we're right. Shador fell to the 5th round, and everything you said sound wrong because Shador fell to the 5th round. So we don't have to move you on this. Who the one sound right and who the one sound silly? Shador fell to the 5th round.
Adam Schefter came out yesterday.
That's hindsight.
Adam Schefter came out yesterday. And this statement really blew me for a loop where he said that even with he got from an NFL executive, they said that number probably would have even gotten out if he had an agent, because what happened was they sent it to an NFL directory. So it went to everybody in the NFL directory that had that number. They said if he had an agent, that number wouldn't even been out available to get out of to Ulbricht's iPad.
Hey, right.
Like
That's
all
true.
of this is just
He should've did
incompetence
what
from not
Shallow
having
did
an
and
agent.
fired his dad.
That's true.
Shallow fired his dad, and that was
No,
Shador should
no,
did.
hold on,
You
because
fired,
it's still,
Dion.
that number still would have been to the team's upper management, so they still would have had the number.
They have went to the entire NFL directory. Oh, Louis Riddick, who has front office experience, was on First Take, and they were arguing how did Ulbrich even have the number as a defensive coordinator.
Right.
And this is a guy who has front office NFL experience, and Louis Riddick is sitting there on the same up there on First Take saying, "Why does Ulbrich have his phone number? This is a quarterback, and he's a defensive coordinator."
Facts.
The numbers.
That's bad.
So
That's
more prevalent to our
So
front office.
No, that's because the number was uploaded to the entire NFL directory.
But that's more
okay,
prevalent
but
to our
okay,
front office.
well, now that you're asking that, now there were some other people who got pranked also. Where were their
Tyler
numbers
Warren.
derived from? Because see now,
That's a good
because see,
question.
thing is, Ulbricht's son called
Tyler
Shador
Warren was one.
and called the tight
end.
end.
See,
Do we know he called the tight end?
Yeah,
they said
yeah,
that. They actually
Tyler
came
Warren.
out. Hey, tighty. So they
Hey.
came out and actually said that number that
That same area
contacted
code.
Shador was very similar to the number that was contacting Tyler Warren.
that tight end. See, and you know, and they're still investigating that particular part of it. Now, our part is over with. But thing is, see, and I had heard that they had issued everybody a phone, and you keep this phone on you, and we'll call you.
John,
when you're a draft pick, right? All right. So what happened is you go get another phone. All draft picks go get another phone. It's an exclusive phone. It's a private number. Now that number that you
who gives them the phone? Who gives them the phone?
Typically, the
either
agent.
they go personally go get it or NFL issues, whatever. But that number is only given to NFL teams. Nobody else personally have it. This is not a phone that you sit and calling your best friend on. None of that stuff. Only the NFL teams have this number. Right? So
if that was true, Cooper DeJean wouldn't have got a call last year. Tyler Warren wouldn't have got a call this year. It's about 7-8 players that got called.
There's been leaks. Like you can't sit there and say like this is what Atlanta did and what Ulbricht's son did is a one-off. Like that's a dub.
Actually, it is because guess what? They were dumb enough to be on camera doing it. That's why it made a big deal.
That scenario, yes, not a problem. I'm not knocking that at all. But there's another one where what buddy from
all of the leaks don't occur in the same manner though. I think that's the overarching point. So the way in which
I just seen the video that another kid said they called matter of fact, he called
Isaiah Bond. It was a kid.
Did they get it from his defensive coordinator daddy?
We don't know that yet.
That's my point. So
we don't know how he got it. But
that's my point. All of them,
y'all act like these systems can't be hacked. Exactly.
But
so, like you can't sit there and put too much stress on over.
Well, this was an easy one. This was an easy one.
It was too easy.
It's easy. It's easy because we are Falcons fans and we used to goddamn dumb. We're used to falconing.
That wasn't it. No, what made it easy.
Well, hey. Now that's a real uncomfortable truth, there, Winston.
John, but you know what though? I get what he's saying with that, but this is what made it easy. When you got two dumbass kids that are doing dirt, because I talked about this earlier. When you do dirt, you don't want nobody to know what you're doing. But these fools was on camera live doing this mess. So you incriminated yourself right off the bat. The left side of their brain
they call Isaiah Bond was on camera too.
Oh yeah.
So why they're not getting the same play?
That's
but the guy who called Bond was his daddy defensive coordinator in the NFL.
We don't know. We don't know.
Because he said he had a
hold on. Did y'all just say he was on camera?
And then he hit his ass with a roll tag. And then he said roll tag.
But then y'all just say he was on camera.
Yep, the kid was on camera.
Okay, how did Ulbricht's son get caught?
On camera.
So obviously he's not a defensive coordinator.
He was on camera, but wasn't the one that made the call.
No, he's right there in the shot.
He's in the shot. I get that. I'm not knocking
So
that.
he's participating.
That's how
Right.
that was
Right,
solved
John.
out.
I mean, you go rob the bank, and I hold a gun. You still in the bank.
And we
You're
still gonna get the
accessory-
same
you're an
time,
accessory.
just like I was
Same
holding the
No,
gun.
you won't.
As
No,
they
you
say,
won't.
it's
Yeah, I
If
will.
John-
In
if-
Georgia, yeah, you will.
Hey John,
Hey, John.
if you driving the car, and Tyler in the bank, you and Tyler sentence is gonna be entirely different.
But that's not what I just said.
No,
though.
not in Georgia.
Hey,
Not
well,
in
Virginia,
Georgia.
it's entirely different.
Hey, Coach, I want to welcome Coach in the building. Coach, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. You Ubering tonight?
No, we can't hear you talk louder, Coach.
Winston on that crazy.
Yes, sir. I'm out here.
And I stay on. And I
What you
stay
say,
on.
man?
I said Winston on that crazy shit tonight. So
And I stay on.
Well, hey, Coach, what you got to say about that? About the Shedeur Sanders situation? Well, wait a minute. William was up here. Hey, William.
I never gave my
you gotta
opinion
say
on
about
it either, John. I go after Coach and William.
Okay, that's right. Hey, William, what you think about that thing?
You going with me?
Yeah.
Man, I think it was childish, and I think it was Jeff Ober's fault. Because why would you leave your laptop out? Like, you know the draft was going on. You should have took accountability and discipline. Because for all that, I knew we was gonna get fined. Because at the end of the day, it wasn't funny. It was very childish, and like I say, I'm glad we didn't lose on draft picks. But at the end of the day, Jeff Ober, he on the hot seat because he got to show us something. Because like last year when he was with the Jets, they even though they had a top 10 defense, they still was giving up points. So he got a lot to show for. Now I don't even want his son to be around the players because they're gonna be a distraction. To me, the dude childish. So that's all I got to say. Jeff Overich, I'm holding you accountable. It's no excuses. You should never had a laptop open on the draft night. If regardless, the man was trying to get his name called. So
Hold
that
on,
was
but
just
to that William, no, you got to look at it. That man been a defensive coordinator for how many years? His
12.
son basically grew up with his dad being in the league, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That never was an issue before, right?
No. But I'm saying, dude, I'm looking at Jeff Obrich like, bro, you just got the job. You shouldn't have your laptop at all times. You should have had people around you like, hey, I'm going to the bathroom. Can one of your scouts or your defense?
He was at home.
Bro, he was
at home.
He was at home.
Oh, okay.
His son went in his office, bro. That was how that happened.
Yeah, he was at his house.
What he got to do? He got to padlock the office door at his own house.
He just raised.
Well, he gonna have to now.
Yeah,
he
gonna have to now.
And I don't really think he's gonna have to worry about it now because I believe now they're gonna change the whole protocol when it comes to that. Where if you're not really active in the system after so many seconds, it's gonna time out anyway.
Yep.
Could be
smart.
That all you got?
Yeah, I'm good.
You can have
I'm
do
good.
that to your iPad now. You ain't gotta
Yeah, I'm
have
good.
a system. So you can do that to your iPad now.
No, I'm saying I bet you they implement that now though. That's all I'm saying.
If you live that life where you ain't trying to have your girl in your phone, you make sure it's
you better have it cut off just as soon as you stop looking at it.
I got the
That's what you better
phone.
do.
My girl get by my phone.
This man said he got the dog by his phone.
Yeah. Mine went on my watch one time.
Hey, man. Oh,
Mine
man.
went on my watch one time.
Man, I got
mine locks the minute it comes off my wrist. That right on.
I learned now.
Now, let me see who was next. Tidy, go ahead. Tidy.
Yeah, I know we done talked about it for a good while, but as far as the Shedeur thing go, me personally, I don't think it was a racial issue. I don't think it was them being intimidated by, well, in a sense, being scared by Deion. I really don't buy into that narrative. It's really like a lot of y'all have already said on the panel, man. Like, if you don't go to the combine and you ain't participating, and if you go on a press run, Deion and Shedeur, specifically Deion, went on a press run for almost 2 years telling NFL teams, my son is not going to play for you. He ain't going to play for you. He ain't going to play for you. And those teams that he's talking to are really the teams that needed a quarterback this year in the draft. And there are multiple reports coming out how Shedeur did a terrible job in the interview with certain teams. And from the racial component of it, the reporter who broke the story of Shedeur having a terrible interview with the Giants, that was a black reporter. You go look at Cam Newton, and I was surprised by Cam Newton's take, but you go look at Cam, and Cam is pretty much, he's still being political, but he's pretty much saying, no, it ain't no racism. This is on Deion and also Shedeur. Now, one person who really surprised me, because they're normally on the other side of the fence, was Jamel Hill. She came out like, no, I done talked to a lot of black people in the league. Like, Shedeur did a lot of stuff behind closed doors that y'all ain't aware of during the draft process. He turned a lot of people off, and she made a point to say, I reached out to black people within the league because I felt that was important, So I really think Deion and Shedeur hurt themselves, and I'm gonna be real. I might be getting a little old, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got the same pep in my step that I used to, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I didn't really like the whole draft night setup. I didn't like the custom room and the big chain. I'm not saying they're wrong with it, but I'm just saying at the same time, as a quarterback, you're going to be viewed differently. They're not going to view you like the DB. They ain't going to view you like the wide receiver. You're going to be viewed totally different as a quarterback of a team. So I'll land my plan on that.
And I ain't mean to cut y'all off too. And what Sanders, he's from Let's Be Legendary. How you gonna be legendary? You ain't even stepped on the field yet. You got a lot of work to prove on, brother. You can't just be coming with arrogance that you know every damn thing.
He wants to be his dad. It's just that he doesn't have his dad's talent. So the thing is that even with Deion is on record when he talks about his experience in '89. I remember he told the story about how he went into an interview. He felt like they were giving him trouble. He asked him like, "Where y'all drafting?" And he was like, "Oh, I won't even be on the board by then." And he just walked out. So
yeah, that was Giants. That was with the Giants, Keely, because they got Shedeur back with that one because they gave Deion a playbook because Belichick was in on that one. That was what happened.
But you know what? He was still drafted high, right?
Yes, he was,
because he had the talent.
Unnatural talent, ungodly talent.
When you get a Thorpe Award winner and you get a guy that was a hell of a return man at Florida State, and you think about what was in that defense. Remember, he had Leroy Butler behind him at that time too, and they was stout on that defense back in the day. So for him to be a standout at that school at that time and come out, he said the only two places he wanted to go was Atlanta or Tampa because he was going to try to stay home. He said he didn't want to go to Detroit. And then when they drafted Barry Sanders, he said he was happy as heck. And everybody remembers the legendary him putting his hands up with them gold chains. So again, Shedeur really wanted to try to emulate that, but it's like, dog, you can't emulate that because your pops is Norfolk Myers. He fought to get out the hood.
And not just that,
got a little bit more of an edge.
Not just that. It's a weak ass argument.
Even with you sitting there saying that Deion had won those awards, like let's not forget that Shedeur said that won the Johnny Unitas award, the Deacon Jones award, and the goddamn and the Jerry Rice award.
Hey John, is Mark backstage?
So he didn't do nothing in college.
Is he as talented as he has?
No one said
where did William go?
Awards do not matter in college.
Awards do not matter in college. Award, right?
Awards do not matter. They don't. You can't bring the awards with you to the NFL. They care about your talent. They care about are you like it? Does Shedeur have that level of talent?
Hey, all I said it did was just rebuttal what Ryan just said.
I get it.
He's just trying to pick a point to argue us and argue me down or whatever.
Shedeur got awards.
That's all good.
Hey, it doesn't matter to me. He ain't come to Atlanta. I don't give a fuck where he went.
But you arguing like he did.
I honestly don't care where he went, and I tried to move out of the subject like 15 minutes ago.
You know what? Let's a new subject. Let's talk about how the Timberwolves are up 10 on the Lakers right now. Let's talk about that.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Why we gotta talk about that?
Hey, wait a minute.
Hold on. Can I say my two real quick?
It's coach's turn. Since y'all just ran all over me like a runaway dump truck spilling dump juice.
John.
No, I'm offended now. Coach, you go ahead, Coach.
Hey, man, I tried to get you back.
I'm offended like now. Go ahead, Coach. I'm pissed beyond pissivity. Go ahead, Coach. Go ahead, Coach.
So real quick, because I know this topic has been pounded into the dirt.
Oh man, this hog's been dead 3 days, Coach.
Yeah, I know, man. But my thing is, I'm gonna speak to my people, man. Like, some hills ain't worth dying on, man. You know what I mean? And this is one of those subjects. Had this level of outrage been there for Colin Kaepernick, which was actually an egregious thing, all right, that's cool. But we're talking about someone who effectively went to an interview, told the bosses, although you haven't hired me yet, I want this, and this. I'm going to make your company do what I want it to do, and you ain't going to do nothing. You ain't going to say nothing about it. You just going to give me the money. Like, the audacity to think that anybody could just do that is outrageous to me. And it's not always racial. Sometimes the things that you do are and the results you get are caused by yourself. Everyone wants to bring up Eli Manning. Well, Eli Manning did it. Huge difference between Eli Manning and Shedeur Sanders. Eli was smart enough to wait until he got drafted, then told them, kiss my ass, I want to go this place. Everybody want to talk about...
That's a lie. That's a lie.
It's not a lie. He did it at the draft.
They literally sat there and said it before the draft even started.
No. They did it.
No, they did it.
San Diego did it
before the draft started. Eli.
They did it at the draft.
They said it before the draft started.
No, you are wrong, Winston. You are wrong. He did it after he was drafted.
Hold on.
No, San Diego went
drafted him, and he said, "I'm not going there." That was what happened, and that was where that epic swap between Phillip Rivers and Eli Manning happened. That's why it happened.
That's not cap. So all right. So, so Eli went on a podcast and he discussed what happened, right? He said this. He said, all right, both of Archie's
Hey Mark, come on, Mark, try it again, because I don't know what happened with William. But all Mark, right. Come on. Go ahead, Keith.
So first, both Archie kids had agents. That's one. Eli's agent, of course, had clients that worked for the San Diego Chargers. They came back with like, hey, things ain't right over here. Now, the other part of this is that Ryan Leaf was drafted right after Peyton. Ryan Leaf's father had a relationship with Archie. Ryan Leaf's dad had an axe to grind against the Chargers and complained to Archie and their agent saying, hey, don't go over there. They didn't provide resources for my son, and they didn't do this and that, right? Eli said himself, his words, that his agent made the decision to tell San Diego, do not draft me. This was right before the draft. He said he went to them in private, say, just don't draft me. San Diego said basically, well, they didn't say, but what they did was they went public and let it know, like, they don't want to come
John, here. I just sent you some information.
Yeah, I got it.
That shit is cap. Stop.
I got it.
Okay, hold on. How about this?
I just sent it to John. John about to read it.
Can't let me finish. Jesus Christ. It's not. I can provide the actual interview.
I just provided the information.
Okay, hey, Keely.
Can I at least before the opportunity to finish?
Keely, send me your information, Keely. Because send me your information, Keely.
Eli literally did the podcast his damn self. Who else but the motherfucker that was in the shit? Like, I can't even get the shit out. Like, where Eli lying, he was drafted, he lying. Okay, well, San Diego made it public. They drafted his ass. and then traded him for the picks. That's exactly how Eli reported. Now I'll go get the information so you can tell Eli he lied.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Now we would
John,
like
what you
to
think?
welcome Marcus. He's come in. What's going on, Marcus? Man, look, this first time I done had it looked like about 15 people trying to get in here, man. Look here. Now hold up. Now. I just made fudge for 5.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Listen,
we can hear you.
I got a big issue with the Eli thing. The fact that somebody is saying he did it after they drafted him makes it actually worse. Because that team went in there and drafted him, and then he said, I'm not playing for y'all. This is why when I mentioned the situation with Eli being worse is because Shador would have went to any team. He just wanted to hear his name called. You got a guy that came out of college that didn't have the type of clout that outside of his daddy and his brother. Nobody thought Eli was going to be this big stud of a guy, right? Let's just keep it a buck. And had it not been for those two Super Bowl runs against the Patriots, this man ain't even walking into the Hall of Fame. We're not even considering Eli for the Hall of Fame.
Eli
So
would
the
have
fact
been a
that
fucking afterthought as soon as his career was over.
But I mean,
He
who he ended up in the field is irrelevant to who he was at the draft. He was the projected number 1 overall.
But here's the thing. Even in that situation, if you're saying that Eli waited until he got drafted to tell a team, I'm not playing for you. And then this team, dude, this team.
He said he told him beforehand.
Listen, I get that. I'm going on the assumption that he did it after, right? That would make it even worse.
Context that he did say, in fact, that he told them before the draft in private to not draft.
I understand that. I understand that. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, if the person said that he waited until after he was drafted, that makes it worse.
You're talking about coach.
Yeah, that makes it worse if that was the case.
So my rebuttal to that is that this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it was a good thing nor a bad thing. What I am saying is he wasn't stupid enough to say weeks, months, years in advance not to draft me. He waited until his name was called and then did the thing, versus someone telling projective employers, I don't want to work for you. Don't draft me months, weeks, years in advance. That is what I'm saying. So when people bring up Eli, I say Eli waited until the fact that he was given a job versus he didn't go for years. 2 totally different things.
The article from Eli is in the chat, y'all, in the private chat, just in case anybody interested.
Okay, well let me run this by you though, right? So Eli tells him that he doesn't want to play for him. They don't have to trade him. They picked him, but they facilitated that trade for Eli, right? So they made an accommodation for Eli because he wasn't going to play for him. They make no damn accommodations for Shador, and Shador did. Listen, Shador would have played if they would have drafted him. Shador would have went. Because remember, Dion said that, hey, we ain't playing for Cleveland. Look at where he ended up. Cleveland used their last draft pick to pick up Shador Sanders. Nobody's about to sit here and tell me there was 143 players.
They didn't accommodate Eli though. They took the best prospect on the board and used him as trade capital because they got a pick in return. Like they didn't just trade him 1 for 1. They got with Sean Merriman out the deal as well. So
they didn't have to do that though. No, they didn't have to do that though.
It was a smart decision. It benefited them. He doesn't want to go, so we're going to take the most coveted piece on the board and trade him for more assets.
I get that, but they did
being a smart GM.
They didn't have to do that if they didn't want to. They facilitated them.
You're
right.
They facilitated.
The alternative is to not get more trade capital. Why would you not want more trade capital? Like you're like you have an asset. Why would you not take it? If I gave you a house, why would you not take the house? And even if you're not going to live in it, it's an asset.
Okay, so in a situation like this, let's say they wanted Eli. Then what? Eli wasn't going to play?
But if they wanted him, but they either way it goes, they got something value of return.
Okay, that's not what I asked. I asked if they wanted Eli. It's a question. If they wanted Eli, if they wanted Eli, and they decided, hey, listen, we picking you anyway, was Eli not going to play?
It's a hypothetical. We have no way of knowing.
It's not a hypothetical. He was going to play.
Yeah, he was going to play.
I mean, how do you know that? How do you know that? But here's the thing.
Well, hold up. Isn't this the same situation that we're in with Kirk Cousins?
Just like John Elway didn't have a choice but to play, right? Just like John Elway didn't have a choice but to play. Did John Elway play?
That's my point. They facilitated Eli. Eli ended up getting what he wanted.
Play for the team that drafted him.
Hold on, who?
Did Elway play for the team that drafted him?
No, the answer is no.
Thank you.
No. And he was the original person that originally did this in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, but this is my point. We're going.
When the team draft you, they have your rights.
And you're not obligated to play.
Kirk Cousins right now.
Elway
is same shit. If I have you, you can't do shit until I tell you to do it.
Bo Jackson is another example. Bo Jackson is another example.
That's a great example, actually.
Bo Jackson is another example. Bo Jackson is another example. He said, "Fuck Temple."
Okay, you got to remember what they did, hey Keely, but you got to remember what they did to him. They told him they was gonna put him on that plane for that physical, and they got him on that plane. Hugh Coverhouse got him on that plane and fucked up his ineligibility for baseball. That's why he said, "Fuck." If they wouldn't have did that, he actually would have played for Tampa, even though he didn't like him.
Look, the bottom line is all these guys
once I have you, once I get your rights. There's nothing you can do until I tell you to do something.
That's not really true, though. There's a time frame when draft rights run out. You just don't own this person forever.
How long is that?
1 year. 1 year. 1 year.
It's a year, and then you have to go back into the draft cycle. But you can't play football for the entire year. Because you know it negated your college eligibility. Because when you sit there and put in for the draft and shit, you have, I want to say, well, all right, I know college basketball, you got 5 days when you put in for the draft. You got 5 days to sit there and get your people to sit there and do the scouting report and figure out where you will fall at. And if it's not to your liking, you can go back into college. All right, cool.
Hey, coach, remember this. Hey, coach, remember this. They shortened it up. Remember this. They shortened it up or whatnot because if you remember when Jim Kelly got drafted by the Bills, he said, "Fuck y'all, I'm going to the USFL," and he played for a couple of years. Remember, it was a couple of guys who did that. Reggie White did the same thing too. So the Eagles,
but fellas, what
to another NFL team. You gotta go around.
Well, what I want y'all
to get back to the NFL.
I know Elway didn't play.
What I want you guys to understand. My whole point in bringing it up is you see that the common denominator in all these guys that you're saying is they waited until draft day to tell their projected employer to go screw themselves. They didn't say it weeks, months, years in advance. That's what people are forgetting. I don't care what accommodations were made for Eli. I don't care what accommodations were made for anybody else. They waited until their name was called and then start showing their ass. There's a whole difference than you already got the job under and showing your ass versus you interviewing and showing your ass. Two totally different things. One, you got a job. The other one, you're gonna be sitting at home looking stupid. That's the difference.
Why is you throwing a big ass party? It ain't, and you've been hearing your stock was dropping for weeks. So I
don't care about that. He entitled to have a party. He entitled to all of that. My only issue is people please stop making it racial because it's a cause and effect. Is his issue that of what he did that caused.
Now hold on,
Coach. Let me ask you.
Hold on, Mark.
Okay.
Let me get this out. No, Coach. You don't need to be having that damn party. You wait till you get drafted, then you have a party. He should have had that party Saturday night after he dropped to the 5th round. You sitting there partying like that, got all them folks looking sad when you ain't get drafted on day one. Then it
came out it was a sure thing. That's why.
Doesn't matter though.
I do have a question though.
Doesn't matter.
I do have a question.
Like,
look, Tony, you know the folks over there for that free food.
Is it more to the point that he had an extravagant party?
I got a question.
Yeah, that don't matter. That don't matter.
Okay. Now Marcus was about to go before Red.
He had the money to sit and have a goddamn 2-3 day goddamn party.
I just had a simple question. Well, it's twofold. About 3 months ago, where did people have Shedeur projected to go?
In the first round.
Did the mock rounds or did the teams have them?
I'm just saying the general consensus.
What I'm saying is
sports writers. You talking about? Hey, Mark. You talking about the sports writers?
I'm talking about just in general. Like let's do it.
Mark, I'll break it down to you. 3 months ago, he was.
They ran around this question. And I said
okay,
but
surely.
So can we just agree? Can we just agree that 3 months ago, people thought Shedeur was going to go somewhere in the first round?
Yeah.
Oh, early
okay.
Second.
Here's my second question. Who do you know in football history that was projected to go first and ended up going in the 5th round?
Well, that's based on like what projections are we looking at though?
I'm asking a simple question. 3 months ago,
Can I give a recent example?
But a lot of that was Dion and his hype machine telling everybody he was going in the first round. I'm not answering that question. I'm making my own personal statement.
Can I give a recent example?
I'm saying that Dion and his hype machine led a lot of people to believe he was a top 5 pick.
And then the media had him in the first or second
round.
Media? Which is different than that's different than what the team boards are.
Trying to say, tell you.
Man,
but nobody is really
But can I give an example?
The media is not that off.
Okay.
It is.
Hold on, Keelan. A few months ago, what was the general consensus for Quinn Ayers going in the draft?
Ooh.
Hell, when Quinn Ayers goddamn fucking around got hurt, his stock dropped.
Yeah, you making
like
this,
3rd to 5th.
You divert from the question.
From 3rd to 5th. When Arch Manning actually got in and started showing up. Yeah,
did anybody have that dude pretty much dropping out the NFL draft 3 or 4 months ago? No.
I ain't had him dropping out of the draft.
No.
I had him in the 5th.
Hey, Tidy,
everybody had him around the 2nd or the 3rd round.
Tidy, do you remember when Malik Willis was a projected number 1 overall?
Yes, because our fan base was going crazy about getting him in the 1st round. I do remember that.
Oh man, Chelsea King. Chelsea King like the head dog on. That was one that Chelsea King had coached
number 1 overall. Then he played another year of college football and dropped off the map.
Hey, and hold on 1 second. Blackberry, I want to shout out my boy Blackberry. Hey man, appreciate you coming by. Definitely appreciate you coming back. Go ahead, Keelan.
No, I was just making a point. Malik Willis is a great example of someone that was projected to be a number 1 overall pick, and then a whole year later, he's 3rd round pick.
But hold on,
that's still 2 rounds. That's still 2 rounds above Shedeur Sanders.
That's a steep fall from number 1 overall, projected to be the 1st overall pick.
But dude, Shedeur Sanders was projected to go in the 1st round.
Okay.
So let me say
hold
this.
on, Keely. Hold on, Keely.
When Shedeur Sanders' career ended, he was projected in the first or second round. Malik Willis. When the year before his
when
college
Justin
career
Fields came,
ended,
when
he was
Justin Fields
rated
started,
in
he was
the
the
first
number
round. He
number
played
two
another
person on the
year.
board, and
Hold
he
on,
slid. They ate him alive.
He
Okay, but
played
look at over the last 3 months. Who
played
did the type of
another
shit that
year,
Shedeur Sanders
and
did
his
over the last 3
rating
months?
dropped. You cannot compare that. Because when
Fields was the
Shedeur
number
hung it
two
up,
quarterback on the board, bro.
in college,
He
he was
failed.
still rated in the first or second round. You cannot compare the two. You cannot
All
compare
right.
it.
Okay. Now let's do this. Let's hold on.
Let me
Let's do
ask this
this.
question.
What your
Let me ask
comparison
a quick
is
question.
Let's do this.
when you
we
finish
were
your
talking
year,
about
Let's do this.
when
Hold on,
comparison.
y'all. Let's
Not
do
what
this
your
because
comparison
see,
was a year
hey,
beforehand.
Winston, hold on. Let's do this because see what's going on that I'm seeing right here. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. You got team ratings and you got handicappers ratings, Mel Kiper and the like. Now,
and they do
if
not, and
we
they do
go
not talk.
now, okay,
And they
let
do
me.
not talk. They do not
Yeah,
talk to Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper
now,
talks to the agents.
let me
But
ask.
no GMs are not talking to Mel Kiper.
Now, let's ask the question: where was Shedeur Sanders rated by the teams first, then rated by the media? Because
John, before you do that, hold on, John. Before you do that, though, you have to take into account when you talk about this 3-month window, right? Look at
yeah.
a
All
lot
right,
of the
Ryan.
hold on. Look at the damage that Shedeur did. A lot of his damage was self-inflicted. Self-inflicted over the last 3 months.
Even more than that. How many teams need a quarterback? We've been talking about how many places Kirk Cousins can land. How many teams need a quarterback? Six quarterbacks went in the top 12 last year. There weren't many openings. All of them hit too. Literally, it weren't many job openings. Tennessee, they got theirs off the top. New York went ahead and was like, all right, we'll take Jackson Dart, but it wasn't a starting job because they got Russ. Like the Steelers waiting on A-Rod. Like how many starting jobs were available that could have taken Shedeur at that point?
Not many.
We've been talking about this the whole summer of like how many places Kirk Cousins can land, how many places where they need a starting quarterback, and it's not many. Like there wasn't a whole bunch of jobs open. Like
nobody was taking Kirk Cousins anyway with 3 years left on his contract.
But that's not the point I'm making.
Nobody was taking that on.
Mark, you're missing the point. I'm talking about job openings.
Oh, even
how
with
many landing spots for a starting quarterback going into the draft? How many?
Well, I mean, there's a couple because you can sit a
give
quarterback.
Me a number. Give me the number. Give me the number. How many need a starting quarterback?
Well, the Saints needed one.
They got they spent a pick on Rattler last year. They got
who did the Saints draft this year? Did they not draft a quarterback?
A fourth string quarterback.
Okay, so you drafted a 4th-string quarterback when Shedeur was sitting right there.
They didn't value
that.
Him.
Don't make sense.
They didn't value
I
him.
just got
continue
that.
to list.
I just got
continue
that.
List. How many jobs are starting? How many jobs? How many jobs?
Dude, I just said the Saints. You just said they drafted a 4th round, a 4th round or a 4th, started quarterback. Dude,
and the team has a starting quarterback. The team that has a starting quarterback.
Saints fans are still crashing out about that.
Hold on. John got something to read. Go ahead, John.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
All right, so according John, real quick.
No,
when you get finished reading that, hold on. I'm gonna talk. John, when you get done, then we can read the one I got.
Hold on.
No, because he ain't gonna be the only one to talk. I'm gonna talk too.
John,
and when you get done, we can read the article that he called Cap. He can keep talking like he ain't gonna talk over me.
Okay.
So when you get done, we can read
now.
this one too.
All right, hold on.
It ain't gonna happen like that. So you can either allow me to talk or we can just keep
hold on, everybody.
Which one you gonna
do? Hold on.
Okay,
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
We can just keep
doing
doing this shit. Because either you can allow me to talk and share the space, or we just keep going.
Hey,
Hold on.
Let
me.
When you're done, John, let's read the article that he called Cap. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, hey, Millie Mills, what you laughing at? All right. Now, Well, first of all, before I read this, all right now, gentlemen, strapped up 24 say he can't hear nobody because we talking all on top of each other.
Hey,
So
that's what
You always finding something to whine about.
Yeah. So for the purposes now we are all having a barbershop discussion, but for the folk in the chairs getting a haircut, they want to hear what's going on. So let's please respect each other and have a discussion.
I've been strapping one of them all night barbershops too.
Oh yeah, man. Look here. Don't even start. Okay, now according to NFL.com, Mel Kiper Jr. communicates with NFL general managers and coaches. He has extensive relationships with team executives and coaches, talking with them throughout the year, including during the football season when he watches a large number of college games, according to NFL.com. Now, one thing I'm going to say about, and I'm finally getting the turn now. Thank y'all, appreciate it. Is this now the reason why I wanted to split this up between the coaches' opinions, coaches, general managers, owners, presidents of football operations opinions, and the media, okay, is because even though the media talks to coaches or whatever, what they tell them is not necessarily true. They might be, because the thing is that, yeah, they'll tell people things in confidence, things on the side, say, hey, we're thinking about doing this, thinking about doing that, we're leaning toward this, we're leaning toward that. But a lot of times they blow a whole lot of smoke. If you would just go and ask somebody point blank, Atlanta Falcons, who are you planning on getting with the number 15 pick? It's going to range. I'm hearing background. It's going to range. The answers are going to range from.
Revealed their draft board before the draft.
None of them. Absolutely zero.
No. Well, I can't say that.
Bro, it's the most secretive process in the league. It's the most secretive process in the league.
If any GM do that, he's a former GM.
See, that's what I was fixing to say.
Most GMs have called Mel Kiper a clown, called him everything on the sun because he frequently criticizes them for their moves. Most GMs swear that they don't even like talking to him or try not to talk to him. Most of the information comes from the agents who communicate.
That's why I was going with that.
Mel Kiper just railroaded
I know I take 285.
I
know a lot of time I take 285 to cross the street, but at least I get across the street. Now I do that, because I'm thinking while I'm talking.
That's because you got.
And the thing about it is, and the thing about it is that, okay, I can't, just like you say, Keita, just like you say, Tidy, look, those people in that war room are the only people who know what they're going to do. And then a lot of times they don't even know, okay? Because depending upon what happens in the draft and the phone calls that they make, they got some people listed on the board, but they don't know exactly what they're going to do. They got 3, 4, 5 minutes or whatever in the first round, especially if it's a first round draft pick. They got just a little small amount of time to contact people if they want to make a deal or whatever. Okay. Now the reporters, they are on there guessing. Now Mel Kiper will sit up there and him and Hall and say this or whatever. Same thing with Adam Schefter and various other people. Todd McShay. It was another one. I can't think of it. McDaniel. What was his name? Shane. Whatever his name was. But it's just a whole roiling, bubbling pot. So that's why I split the question up. Because thing is that, okay, Mel Kiper, Mel Kiper, they make a big deal about who it is that he has down there listed as supposed to be going next. Okay. What are the top quarterbacks? All during the time that we were watching the draft last week, everybody was giving their opinion as to who would go, who would fit here, who would fit there. Now, as far as Shedeur Sanders is concerned, Antonio, I go along with you 100% on this. I definitely do, because of the fact that you do not doggone. Let me make sure I got everybody here. Yeah, there were people dropped off. You do not go into someone's office if you're not double dog damn sure that you are the desired one, the one that everybody is trying to get, that you have a market, and that market is undeniable because you're constantly getting phone calls from various other people. There is a way to go into an office or go into an interview humbly. That you got to go in there like that, because see, the thing is, the team is not working for you. You working for them.
It's called humility. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're working for them. No matter what accolades that you have coming in, no matter what trophies, awards, records, or whatever, you're coming to work with them. You know, it's not like Belichick. It's not like Belichick came in the room, okay? Because see, Belichick casts too long of a shadow, because all them rings he got, he dragging rings coming into your office, and you don't have none. Okay, you are the best qualified candidate for the job. But when you're coming out of college, first of all, you're about to take a pay cut. That's the first thing. You're about to take a pay cut. All right.
Well,
now
it depends on where you get drafted.
Okay, okay. I granted. You are usually you are going to the worst team in the league, because if you're the number one pick, the worst team in the league is the one that gets the number one pick. All right. So your job, you can't go in there with an NFL owner and you are just coming out of college. All of your college accomplishments got you the interview. Okay. Possibly got you the pick. All right. But there's a way that you go in there. There's a way that you go in there.
Hold on, John. He went in there like he was Dion, but he failed to realize that he was Dion's son.
Well, see, and see something about that too. See, those of you who remember when Dion came to the Atlanta Falcons, that was, man, the way that Dion came to the Atlanta Falcons, there were a lot of people, especially the fans of a certain melanin content, that did not like how Dion came into the league, did not like how Dion presented himself. But
the money.
But he put it on the field. He put it on the field. Okay, which took a while for that to take place in order for people to warm up to him. Because I almost got in a fight with a dude down at Atlanta at Fulton County Stadium about what Dion was doing on the field. And I said, hey man, what can he do? If the man on the other side can't hold his man, Dion can't save every damn thing on the field. Well, he came in here bragging and talking all. Hey man, shut up talking to me. That's why I had to end the conversation. That's why I had to end the conversation. Hey, John, because otherwise it would have been a problem.
Hey John, let me ask you a question real quick.
All
right. So Shedeur was drafted by the Browns in the 5th round, right? All right. Now, hypothetically, let's just sit there and say Shedeur. Matter of fact, I'm gonna ask this to the entire panel. So let's say Shedeur beat out everybody that's had him. Dylan Gabriel, who drafted in the 3rd round. Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco, whoever the other quarterback they have, whatever. Kenny Pickett. Okay. Let's say Shedeur beat all of them out. Right?
Okay.
All right. So Shedeur's the starter for the entire season. He plays like he played in Colorado. or close to it. Rookie standard wise, rookie scale wise to that, right? Which NFL team that drafted a quarterback ahead of them is further along in the process, seeing that Shador rookie contract is the cheapest out of all of them?
Wait a minute. I'm kind of.
Noise.
That's Coach.
Oh, who that? Coach, you got the wonder down.
That's Coach on I-95.
Oh, that's me, man. Hold on. Let me mute my mic. My bad.
Okay. I thought it might have been Coach. Hey, Coach, you still with us?
I think for your question, I think that matters.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I think what the other contracts look like and how soon they can get them off the roster, because Shador contract not the only contract that's on the roster that they got to account for. You got it depends on what Flacco contract look like, what Dylan Gabriel contract looks like, and what Pickens contract looks like.
All those come off. The only two contracts that will still be on their roster next year is Dylan Gabriel and Shador Sanders.
Shador got an uphill battle though.
That's what I'm just saying.
Dylan Gabriel contract might be more valuable than Shador.
They both got a 4-year contract. They both got a 4-year contract, right?
At different amounts of money.
So the combination of those two contracts together may be more expensive than, say, if someone wins with another quarterback. So it just depends.
Those two contracts together is not even equaling up to a second round pick contract.
All right, so hypothetically, let's say
because
you gave a hypothetical, so I will give another. The Saints quarterback that was drafted in what round? What round was he drafted?
Third or fourth.
So hypothetically, the salary, the cap space of both Shador and Gabriel could be more expensive than Tyler Shaw if he hit, right?
But like I said in my hypothetical, which team is in a better spot?
Then in that situation, New Orleans would be in a better spot, right?
They wouldn't, because New Orleans cap situation is not better than Cleveland.
I'm talking about at the quarterback position. They can share salary.
That's not what I asked though. I said which team would be in a better spot.
All right, you don't like my answer.
It's
cool.
Position.
We'll move on. You didn't like my answer. Go ahead.
Your answer didn't go.
You asked for a team. I gave you a team. We can move on. I said the Saints.
Even with the Saints wouldn't be in a better position.
Okay.
Because the Saints got so many aging contracts that been sitting there, goddamn restructure.
When do those aging contracts come off?
He was saying from the quarterback position, Winston.
That wasn't my question.
We can move on.
He said from the quarterback position. I said
move on. Somebody else get his man
another
team, please. Somebody get his man another team.
Okay.
Somebody get his man another team.
Well, Jerry Jones already been asking about getting Shador Sanders.
What?
Yeah, you might go look at the article. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Now I didn't know about that.
He can't legally do that. When did that happen?
He's talking about like at the end, like if Shador get cut, that he want him.
No, but he can't do that. That's illegal.
Yeah.
Would that be tampering?
Yes, that's tampering.
Yes.
You can't do that.
I guess they're going to get down for tampering.
Are you sure that's a credible news source, Tony?
I'll find it for you right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
That's grade A tampering.
That's tampering. Like I'm pretty much hedging your bets on you go to OTAs and training camp and whatever. You cut this man, I'm gonna grab him, and I'm already putting that bug in your ear. So now you just said this publicly. There's no telling what you've been saying behind the door to Cleveland Browns officials and stuff. It's tampering.
Well, now I did see an article where
was it
right after, and this was right after the draft, that Shador Sanders was possibly gonna get cut from Cleveland because he might not be able to make it through these weeds that are in front of him.
I mean, a fifth round.
He should be able to beat out Dylan Gabriel. He should be able to beat out Gabriel.
It ain't even that. Kenny Pickett is gonna get cut. You got to remember, like Deshaun Watson.
You hope
Deshaun
he get
Watson
cut.
took him towards Achilles like at the end of the season. He's not gonna play this year. He's not gonna play this year. So you're gonna go into the year with Flacco, Gabriel, and Shador. Shador. I'm like Gabriel came from Oregon. Love him, but Shador is better than him. I'm sorry. Shador is better than Gabriel. I'm not even gonna add that.
Are you sure they're gonna cut Kenny Pickett?
I don't know about that one either.
Yeah, me neither.
I
think they gonna take one of the rookies.
Cut somebody I just draft this year.
They not keeping.
You just paid Pickett this year. You just paid Pickett this year, and he's more
for
expensive.
a 1-year contract.
But you lose money by cutting him though.
You lose value of a whole entire draft pick by just cutting somebody you just drafted.
We get it, Winston. You want to make room for Shador, but no guarantee.
It's common sense shit. All right.
I think they might go with experience.
How many times you said seen the team actually draft a player and cut his ass before the season started?
Often.
It within the first 5 rounds. Within the first 5 rounds, how many times you seen that?
Now, dude, honestly, after the 4th round, there ain't no guarantees, man.
That ain't what I said. That's not what I said. Y'all keep.
It happens.
What the hell
it happens. Trust me.
I
more
said
often than not.
Between the first and 5 rounds, how many times you seen somebody get drafted and end up getting cut before the season started?
If they have a bad camp of preseason, somebody lower.
But now, can we point to a name? Can we point to an instance?
Well, ain't gonna be no big name.
I'm talking about period. I'm racking my brain trying to see if that ever happened. Period.
The thing about it, we don't really retain 5th rounders. You know, that's not something your brain retains unless it's your team, unless they're a superstar. You have to research stuff like that.
Well, my rememoration was pretty good a few years ago.
After you get past like the first 2 rounds, if that's not your team, your brain really ain't gonna retain these nobodies.
Hey,
thank you, Tidy.
Well,
great.
Thank you for calling me old.
Was you nobody?
I said your team. That's our team.
That's league wise though, bro. That's league wide.
Brady became a superstar. You missed a lot of what I said, unless they become somebody.
I heard.
If you have a bad camp, I'm gonna go to the internet. Winston, if Shador have a bad camp or struggle in the preseason, dude, he could possibly get cut.
And that's true. If he have a bad camp, he just come out there and look like shit. They will cut his ass. I have no problem with that. I don't have a horse in the race. What I'm sitting there saying is the probability of that happening is low. So therefore, you'll get rid of Kenny Pickett old ass that haven't done shit in the fucking league since he's been here.
Well, honestly, they might make it a competition.
Contract you about to move off of.
They might. Well,
now one fly
end up happening. You have a 2-horse race come next off season for your starting quarterback, your starting franchise quarterback, Gabriel and Shador.
Now, so let me ask you this question.
One fly in the ointment for me, and y'all can take it for the value it's worth. The Haslam family up there in Cleveland, these jokers been messing up for a long, long time. And I would not put it past them to do that, Winston. I wouldn't put it past them to do that. Because I mean, they were just as bad as who was that that owned the Bengals that kept what's his name, his head coach, all that long doggone time, and he should have been gone.
Mike Brown.
Yeah, the Brown family.
Huey Brown.
Who?
Huey Brown. Mike Brown down the basketball coach.
No. Well, it was the Brown family, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No, he's talking about the coach back when Ocho was playing. Ocean,
Yeah, now Marvin, yeah. The owners of the Browns.
I'm talking about the Bengals.
No, I'm talking about the Bengals. I'm talking about the Bengals.
That's what I'm saying. Mike Brown, the old man with the glasses. Old white man with the glasses that owned the Bengals. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. They kept Marvin Lewis around there.
I'm sorry they got the same name, Winston, but Mike is a very common name. But anyway.
And wouldn't spend all of the money under the salary cap. They had the doggone pass a law to make them jokers spend all of the salary cap money. Y'all remember that?
He kept Marvin on salary for years because it was cheaper to keep him than let him go.
Yeah. Like, now they got to spend what, like 79% or 83%?
Yeah, over the course of what, about 3 or 4 years?
No.
Yeah, they better.
It's 79% or 83%.
Yeah.
Per year. And if you haven't did it over 3 years, any player that played within that tenure, well, if you hadn't did it over 4 years, any player that played within that tenure is entitled to a compensatory check to even out the cap, because you got to spend that amount of money every year.
you gotta spend that money. Yeah. Now, but back to Cleveland. See, Cleveland been screwing up for a long doggone time, and the Haslam family has been screwing up for a long time. And if there's anybody that will do that, I'll put them at the top of the list. I'll definitely put them at the top of the list. But hey, I still want Tony O still want to find out that article. Have you found that article yet? Because I definitely want to hear about that.
Oh, so you got me looking for articles now, huh, John? I feel you.
Tony O. I'm talking about Tony O.
I'm reading the article. Jerry Jones actually said this on Friday.
Oh, okay. That's what I was asking.
Before Shedeur got drafted. He said it on Friday.
He said it before he got drafted.
Right.
Hey, John.
Uh-huh.
Let Marcus back in.
I'm looking for Marcus. Oh, I didn't get an indication. All right. Hey, Marcus.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Oh, okay. See, I didn't get an indication that you were back. Or you did say, "Okay, I'm back," but I didn't see.
Coke 45.
Okay, so did y'all hear about when the involvement Tom Brady had in the Raiders not drafting Shedeur?
No.
That's his mentor. Oops.
Yeah, see what his mentor said about him.
He said he didn't trust Shedeur.
He said what?
I doubt
Tom Brady said he didn't trust
credible, Tony.
That's not credible, bro. That's some fan shit.
Oh, hey, just out for trivia, I did find somebody that was drafted in the first 5 rounds and was cut. Even though this is not the norm, so it's not going to negate his point. But I did find an interesting person that did get cut.
Who was that?
Maurice Claret.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Thought that.
Yeah.
Hold on. Now, Maurice Claret got drafted and cut it before he played his first rookie season.
Yep.
And then he played 2 more seasons after that, 3 more seasons top, and was out of the league.
It says he was drafted by the Denver Broncos and he was cut before his first game.
I thought
he didn't even play a preseason game.
Didn't he get drafted in the 3rd
round? He was drafted in the 3rd round.
And then go Google why he got cut. He did
something. You asked him to do all that. Now you just said
he did something that facilitated him getting cut. He didn't get cut for talent.
As Claret had not played a game in 2 years of practice and over a year, he entered the training camp weighing 248 pounds, more than 20 pounds overweight. Despite his unimpressive training camp, Claret signed a 4-year contract on July 20th, 2005 with the Broncos, in which he received up to $413 in guaranteed money. However, after further disappointment and incidents with his coaches and never playing a preseason game, Claret was released on waivers August 28th, 2005. So that's before the start of the season.
It's just with the coaches.
That's what you asked. Now you got it. So
Claret was hanging around with Suge Knight at the time.
Incidences with his coaches. Did you miss that part?
So you creating new excuses now because you didn't say anything about you. This is what we call moving the goalpost. You asked if anyone was drafted and cut.
Damn,
naturally cut.
That's all you
just
said.
Naturally cut. He got cut for some shit he was doing outside of football.
He been moving it all night, Keely.
Bro, how does arguing with your coaches outside of football? That's literally within football, arguing with your coaches.
The coaches arguing with him for the things he's doing.
What's your boy at Florida, at University of Florida, who whooping his coaches' asses and still playing?
Come on, Mike.
Hold on. Heidi says Suge Knight. When I read, didn't say shit about Suge Knight. Don't conflate two different things. Heidi said Suge Knight.
No, I think that was Tidy said that. Tidy said
that. Tidy said he was hanging with Suge Knight. He did not say he got cut because he was hanging with Suge Knight.
No. Yeah, he said he was hanging with Suge.
Hanging with him. He didn't say that was why he got caught. Why he got cut. The article says he came into camp overweight and he was arguing with the coaches. Percy Harvin was down fucking up his coaches at Florida and they still played him. So, like, just arguing with your coaches doesn't necessarily mean you're getting dismissed. It's probably the combination of the fact that he was out of shape, missed with his last year at Ohio State because of the issue at Ohio State. He was out of shape and arguing with the coaches. But there's nothing over here that said that he was cut because he was hanging with Suge Knight. Tidy just brought up that he was hanging with Suge Knight.
I mean, to Tidy's argument, that doesn't help him. That doesn't help him hanging out with Suge Knight.
You're right. It doesn't, but it also doesn't say that was the reason he was cut.
Oh no. Okay, I got that wrong. But man,
the overarching thing is an outlier. It doesn't negate the point that he was making. So I don't even know why he's arguing this because it's an outlier. In general, people who are drafted in the top 5 rounds do not get cut. I just came up with the one outlier, the one example. So I don't even know why there's an argument about it.
Okay, no, I ain't arguing about it.
But hey, it's gonna be a second guy that's gonna get
that's diligent research. That's why I fuck with
Hey, you want to see what else I researched? You want to go over the article that you said I lied that Eli was lying? You want to go over that article that I researched?
We can go over that. And we can go over what I sent to John earlier too.
Okay, let's do that. Then we can read what Eli said out his mouth. We can do that right after we do that.
Okay, now what are we doing?
Before that start.
The article is in the private chat. It's in the private chat. The article is in the private chat.
It's 12:10. It's 12:10. No, hold on. It's 12:10. We got to get into our draft pick. We can do this. We can have another show tomorrow and do this.
You know what? I've been crying about Shador for the past 3 hours. What are you talking about?
I've been the one that's sitting there saying let's get past this shit for the past hour and some change. Y'all keep going on this shit. We got to get to our draft pick for our show.
Yeah, I agree.
The fuck?
I think that's the first thing y'all done agreed on all night.
Instead of crying about a 5th round draft pick for the sorry.
Y'all motherfuckers crying about it. I don't care. He didn't get drafted by the Falcons. I don't give a shit. He got
Bro,
dragged.
You wouldn't have argued this long if you didn't give a shit. You've literally been arguing with everybody on here for the last 2 hours.
He got dragged. I don't give a fuck. He didn't come to Atlanta. So I don't care.
All right, now that we've established all of that, now let's go to our draft picks. And I'm going to go around the horn. Let me see. How do I? Hey, Tidy.
Yeah. What is John still? Is James still on here? James.
Yeah.
James.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Remember what you said about him being a genius.
Now you still want to argue about this? That's yesterday's energy.
All right. We'll you called Terry a genius. Well, let's go.
Yeah, I did, and I still think he's a genius for what he did. But I'm not gonna go back and forth about that. That's just something about the draft picks.
John. Go ahead, John.
Well, it was on your post, Red.
Okay. Let's go around the room. What letter grade would you give the Atlanta Falcons draft? Starting with Red.
Well, being that I named before the draft even started, I named the top 5 list, and surprisingly, he drafted 2 of my top 5 in the first round. That was a plus. You pulled out Xavier Pitts from Notre Dame. You got the guy from Oklahoma. You finally got added an offensive line piece with the guy from Wisconsin. All top programs, and that's what I like. You grab guys from all top programs. You didn't go way over to the West Coast looking at some mountain West food from Montana or some of these other schools we ain't never heard of before. Stick with what you know. Stick with programs that are proven. Got Jalen Walker, who I wanted. I had no idea you was interested in coming back in the first round and get James Pierce Jr. I appreciate that, even though that's who you wanted with number 15, because you didn't even think Jalen Walker was going to be there. So I can't, for once, I have nothing to complain with about Terry. I ain't labeling him no genius now, James. We gotta win, get to the playoffs and make some noise in the playoff spot, do all that. But for
okay. You want to? When I say genius move, I'm talking about the draft. I'm not talking about the overall offseason.
I got it. I had to throw that out while I was on the platform.
Go ahead, James, and then rate it.
Hold on, let me finish. Anyway, good job.
I thought you were done.
Well, you're recording a double CD.
Good job, Terry. I appreciate that. Red is positive for once.
What's the grade?
Give me a letter grade, Red.
A.
Okay, we got an A from Red. Could that be because you won the bottle? But that ain't anyway.
I mean, he cheated to get that shit. You gave him 30 picks out of 20.
You had plenty of time. You had plenty of time to put your names on the list. I had more names than you. I won fair and square.
I know you had more names. You sent the list of 30.
I only took the top 25 names.
Right.
Like
he took my first 25, so it ain't like he
25.
put all my names on there.
And Red and Winston were together for the first 4 picks. They were together for the first 4 picks. It was Graham that Antonio got for number 5, and Red, you had Graham about 5 people down, and let me see, Winston, yeah, you had Graham. You had Graham right before. You had Graham right after Jonty. Okay,
so who's next for the?
Okay, Tonyo, give me a letter grade.
I give it an A. Definitely was surprised when they moved back up, and then what we got after that, and then even in the undrafted free agents, I think they did a good job. I think that boy, what's his name, Barrow,
Kobe
Simeon. I think that boy Simeon gonna start. That's just my personal opinion.
All right, Keely, letter grade.
B plus. I think this was the first draft where it seems like, well, one, thank God for the blessing of Jalen Walker falling, because everyone expected him to not make it past Carolina or Chicago. So thank you for falling. I guess, Terry is a genius for, having the guy fall into his lap.
Shots fired.
But that's a genius as Jalen Carter falling for Howie Roseman, I guess. But that set that draft off, and I think the other picks were picks of need. So thank you for not doing the best player available shit. He actually drafted for need the entire draft. But there is a gamble. There were gambles in there because we basically did a credit card thing, whereas we borrowed from next year. So that's the only gamble that I think can be a gamble there that I didn't necessarily like. I think there's one particular pick that when I look at all the reviews that people kind of keep coming back to, that is a contentious point. And that's my only issue, is that one pick is a gamble, but I'll give it a B plus.
hold on. The genius almost blew it because they had to talk him into getting Jalen Walker. He was still gonna take Pierce.
Oh God, Red, please cut that narrative out. You don't know what them people saying in the war room. You don't know if anybody was calling for trades, John. Stop, man.
You know what, Tidy? I hope you're right because I would hate to think like, dude, Jalen Walker right there.
You just creating that narrative, bro. You don't know what was going on. He could have been trying to convince him to take Jalen Walker for all you know.
Okay, all right.
I think the reason because people were sitting there getting kind of like antsy about the fact that the pick was taking so long after Jalen fell, but I just assumed that they were fielding calls for possible people who wanted to like offer a deal that was just outside the norm to come up.
That and it's a great chance that they were simply being performative. They know this is the first time they done took a Georgia Bulldog for the Atlanta Falcons. So showing up late to the party because you got on the best outfit.
I don't know if y'all watched the Atlanta Falcons, their YouTube. I just watched it before I came in here today. They had an end of draft report, and from what they said on the, which makes sense, and I said it during the draft. What took them so long is they originally wanted the guy that we moved back up and got, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
But when Jalen Carter failed, they had to then scrap that plan. But what they did was, when they realized there was a very possible chance that they could get him, they were calling teams and setting up a trade to get back in the first round and eventually do what they did, which was get back in the first round. So that time that they took, that seemed like it took forever, according to them, was them trying to move back up into the first round and get their guy.
And that was during the time that they took to select Walker at 15, Coach.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the excuse me, I don't know their names because I don't watch them a lot, but it was an old white guy. It's the QB coach, whatever his name, the black dude. It's two black dudes and an old white guy sitting around the table. So on Atlanta Falcons, their actual YouTube. And they were just
he's talking about Archer,
Shockley.
Yeah, Shockley. One is Shockley, yeah.
And
one
the other one got to be
Dave Archer. And got down.
What Dave Archer doing in there?
Well, he wasn't in the room. He not in the
Dave Archer, the host on that show. So
you talking about the show?
Yeah, not the
over there by the practice
facility. Okay. Archer and West Durham.
Yeah. Okay. So and they were saying that the whole time they were working on moving back up. That's what took them so long. They were trying to find a partner to move back up into the draft, which makes sense because I think they really were higher on the guy that they got. I think the second guy they were higher on, because even before the draft, they spent tons of time with him, his family. Like they really was all in on him. But because Walker failed, then they were like, well, damn, like, okay, so what can we do to make sure we get our guy? Which is why they gave up a first.
I'll be honest, because I said this in one of our little group chat calls and stuff, and I said this days ago, and they said like Pierce is the guy, but it came out Pierce was really our guy, and I said that post that in our group. Pierce was our guy. We had it was pretty much like the same thing with Michael Penix. We had a private workout late. Then we had a private meeting with him and his mom the day before the draft.
The
and we
thing
said
that's
in
weird about
this and the third, and then Pierce was going to be the guy at 15. Just so happened Jalen Walker dropped to 15, and
the
that's
thing
how
that
everything goes.
the thing that's weird about that is that he Pierce kind of goes against what we have known to be as the Falcon
The
filter.
Falcon filter.
So, like I always heard the justification as far why they weren't interested in Jalen Carter was character issues, and then you go and the guy you target is somebody with quote unquote character issues.
Yeah. So like the post that I said and put in the group I did this like days ago, but it was like, all right, so the Falcons did a deep dive into Pierce, and they saw that he had such and such situations going on, but they wanted to actually meet him and get to the nitty gritty of it. So they had met him a couple of months ago, and then they had him as what they had like a top 30 meeting with him or whatever. But then the day before the draft happened, they had another meeting with him and his mom, to sit there and actually just go through it all and see like, all right, how the fuck are you on some real shit? And that dinner that they had with him and his mom just put it over the top. Pierce was going to go number 15. Pierce was going to go 15.
And a lot of
But it
people,
just so happened that Jalen Walker dropped to 15. So when Walker dropped to 15, he was like, nah, we're not going to pass up on this because Pierce is already, like, we would have overreached for Pierce at 15 anyway. So get Walker, and then we sat there and moved back in the first to go get Pierce. But Pierce wasn't going to leave from Atlanta regardless.
So one clarification, because I know you said Coach said traded up with a first. It was a first and a second.
Yeah.
Just for clarity. So it wasn't just the first. That's why I thought it was the whole detail of what it was to get back there. I think it is somewhat of a gamble, but continue.
Yeah, we had first and second, but we ended up getting the third. And like to be honest,
but it's first, second, and seventh. So
ain't nobody worry about the seven.
Okay.
I'm saying in totality.
Yeah,
we got a first and a third, and we gave up a future first, a second, and a seventh.
All right, well, Keith, let me ask you this though: what is the best value pick that we had out of this draft?
It's easily.
Before we go to that question, let me finish going around and get the letter grade for the entire draft.
It's Tad.
Okay, Tad, you next.
I give him a B plus. I do like the fact that they didn't do all this controversy. Tight end at 4, running back at 8, just what can be deemed as over solidifying the team. I love that part about the draft. I think they got a lot of guys that have some great potential. You got some SEC guys for a change. My only gripe, and it's really not a gripe, but we did take 2 safeties back to back, but we had a terrible pass offense, so I guess I could somewhat see what they were doing, even though we still signed a safety in free agency. But I'm really just saying I got a gripe just to fill the air. I was very pleased with the draft, so I give them a real strong B plus.
And they did say that they expecting one of them to play nickel though. The kid from Oklahoma.
Yeah, what's a buddy? I forget his name already.
Billy Bowman, I think.
Yeah, Billy Bowman.
They thinking he's gonna play nickel, even though he's listed as safety.
And not to change the subject or nothing like that, John, but did anybody see the interviews with the defensive coordinator today?
Yeah, I saw it.
No, I didn't.
If we start talking about it, we gonna go around the panel. Let's go around the panel and then get
okay. Yeah, let's go around the panel. Okay, hey James, what you think?
I give it an A+. I'm gonna be honest with you, and that it was a genius move because for the simple fact it is, this team has been last in pass rush for the last decade. So you address the need with 2 premium players within Jalen Walker and James Pierce. We've been talking about it, hyping about it, barking about it the whole 9. It was a genius move to take 2 pass rushers. with that being said in hand, with those two safeties, though
There
one
you
of those
go.
safeties, one of those safeties has a career of 13 interceptions. That's Xavier Watts. Led the FBS at one point last year in 24. I think, well, no, yeah, 23. I'm gonna say that 23 with 7 interceptions at a safety position. Bill old Bowman, he has 11 interceptions in his career. So you have to get some type of ball hawks around this team to sew up this secondary. Also, I like to pick with the offensive lineman because you need depth at the offensive line. And even with Antonio said with the undrafted free agents with Kobe Bryant, that receiver from a San Jose State. The
Yeah.
receiver from San Jose State was a
Actually, that
Bolitnikoff
dude,
finalist last year.
Yeah,
So when
Nick
you
Nash.
yeah,
Nick
Nash.
Nash,
San Jose State, he led the country in receiving, right?
he was up there in the tops. He led in he didn't. I don't think he led, but he was up there. He was up there with like 100 receptions or something like
He
that.
he he was #1 in like what it was like FCS or whatever. Whatever
See,
his division.
that's exactly what we need right there.
Yeah, he was #1, and he a big
He
receiver
might
though.
actually play for us too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a big receiver. He like
James,
6'3", like 205.
James,
So
when you're
so
done, can you keep going?
so the emphasis on what they need and the talent that they brought in, they addressed it. So I call the move up in the first with James for James Pierce a genius move. We got to say sometimes fuck them picks.
Like both times you don't see.
So here's my question though.
Hold on. And you go out and you address the need. Not only did you get players, but you got them from the SEC final. You didn't take your ass out there to California. You didn't take your ass out there to Montana.
Thank
You
you.
went and grabbed and you went out there and you grabbed 2 SEC players. One led the nation in pressure. So I'm happy. You can build around Jeff Ulbrich, like we talked about this the other day. The type of scheme that he can build now with those 2 types of players with Leonard Floyd, with Nash, with AK, even though he sometimes.
Man, hold on. Get AK out of here. I don't even want to think about him on the team anymore. He out of here.
But
Man, shut
he's
your
still
ass
gonna be a
up.
part. He's gonna be a part of it. And the schemes that you could come around with this defense at this point, it's unmatchable. So I think he gets Terry and Raheem gets an A+ for this draft for me.
Okay. How about this? Now, if AK don't show out this year, y'all, with all this talent around him, is he gone next year?
Yes, he is.
All right. Now, hey, before we ask any questions, let's make this round. And then everybody.
Well, no, my question is for James.
Oh, hold on.
Let's just make the round first.
Let's make the round.
The question would be irrelevant at that point, then.
No, it wouldn't because you get
the question is direct response to something James said. I was going to follow up on what something James said. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Keely, go ahead and ask and James, y'all knock it out real quick.
So you were saying that
let me get up. You should get me saying with this being said and all this now. So what's up, you?
No, I'm reiterating what you said. I'm just reiterating what you said. You said it was a good thing that we got 2 premium pass rushers, right? Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So could that have been obtained without trading future first picks, such as like drafting Mike Green, who was a PFF number 2 edge rusher on the board? I'm just asking.
No, because for the simple fact it was, if you look at the draft board and you go back to see what Terry said Terry gave a smart ass remark when they mentioned Mike Green in their interview in that press.
Yeah, Mike Green wasn't even on Terry board.
Okay, so cool.
It's a draft. It wasn't on that board.
No. Quick question. So I'm just because it was. I don't want this to be about Mike Green because there was a draft full of edge rushers. So it was a draft deep. So again, so you got the kid that was out of Boston College. You got the kid that was out of Texas A&M. You got
he left. He wasn't available at that point. Come on, Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, Shamar Stewart, but there's two out of Texas.
Shamar Stewart went in the second round, didn't he?
No, Shamar Stewart went at 17.
Like 2 picks after Jay.
Yeah, at 17.
I mean, I didn't want his ass in the first place. I said that shit when we had a group call.
Anyway,
Yeah.
go on, Keely.
Okay.
But anyway, the kid out of Ohio State,
went in the later rounds.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm saying so. But go ahead. We'll continue. So I guess I was just saying though. I think there was probably a possibility of getting someone like a Mike Green, or even though he wasn't interested in him, of course they were keyed in on Pierce Jr. But in terms of getting an additional edge rusher without having to trade away a future first round pick and your second round pick.
But Caleb, but you got to understand though, when you
I'm just saying if it was possible. I don't think trading away was the only way to get another defensive end edge rusher.
But when you got a player like James Pierce Jr., which I'm not saying he's going to be the Messiah on the defense or anything like that. But when you got a player that's 6'5", 245, run a 4.47, if you look at his highlights, took an offensive tackle, picked him up and shoved him to the ground, and that has strength and stuff like that. Those type of abilities you can't pass up at the defensive line.
It reminds me of Vic Beasley because he won the Underwear Olympics. Like he was 6'5".
No. You see, that's the thing I was telling you.
I'm just gonna move this along. I'm gonna just wrap this up to move this along. But I would just say this: I would think that will put a lot more pressure on Pierce Jr. considering there were so many edge rushers left on the board. Because we traded away when we could have just sat there and got one.
Yeah, and let me wrap this up. Let me wrap this up real quick on my end. But see, the thing is that what I was telling you, you can't compare that because we gotta wait at least 3 years down the line to compare that to a
You didn't wait 3 years to call it a genius move.
But that's still at the same time.
You didn't wait 3 years to call it a genius move. You called it a genius move today.
Hold on, Keely. Yes, I did because it is a genius move because they are addressing the needs of the team. Yes, you do. But for the production, for the comparison, Keely. That's what you're not getting, Keely. It's for the comparison, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Going with it. I knew that's
that's what I'm saying. You going with the comparison.
I'm not. No.
This question could have waited, fam.
All right.
Yeah. You going with the comparison, but I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm done with it.
I could have waited, but I said it now. So here's the thing. So the point is, we can't determine if it was a good pick or a bad pick if, by your definition, we gotta wait 3 years to decide. So,
I'm telling. As far as the draft, Keely, I'm not saying as far as the player. That's what you're not getting. I'm saying as far as the draft. I said as far as the draft, that was a genius move. I didn't say as far as the player because we won't know for 3 years to judge that situation, bro.
How do we know it's a good move until we know the value if the player?
Because for the simple fact it is,
a brilliant move.
Hey, Coach, it's your turn anyway, Coach.
Hold on. Let me say this right quick, and then I'm gonna let Coach go. It's a brilliant move because he's addressing the needs of the team, big dog. We've been complaining about it for the last 2 years.
That wasn't the only way to address the needs of the team, though. That's the point.
Yes, it was because
you could have got defensive end. You could have got Mike Green later. You could have got defensive end.
No. Mike Green was on his board, bro. So how you gonna go get somebody that's not on his board?
All right.
It's not making sense, Keely.
It makes sense.
No, it don't. It don't.
There's several. If the need is to draft
y'all been discussing this already. Y'all
continue.
Y'all been discussing. Hey, Coach. Go ahead, Coach.
Yes, sir. Ahead, so I give it a flat A. I think the best move was we got Bowman basically for cheap. I think between him and the other safety we got, can't think of his name, they had 24 sacks.
What?
I mean, 24. Yeah, Watts. 24 interceptions between the two.
27.
So
27.
I thought it was 24. One had 13, one had 11.
One had 16 and the other one had 11. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
well, anyway, that was great moves. I love the way what they did. And for what Keely's saying, like I get where he's coming from, but I don't look at it like we traded away a pick.
Hold on, just for clarity, he had 13 interceptions in his career. Continue.
Who?
Watts.
Isaiah Watts. And Bowman had 11.
So it was 24, right? 24 between the two.
That's 24.
He had 7 interceptions in 2023 and 6 in 2024.
Okay. So, Coach, you giving it an A?
Yeah, and so I like I said, I look at it how they look at it. They just use 2 first-round picks to get their two people. So I don't look at it as giving away a pick. They just use their next year pick this year. That's exactly how they explained it, and that's how I look at it because it makes sense.
Yeah,
Well, we didn't give up. I mean, we gave up.
Anyway.
We gave up. We gave up a second to get a third. So I mean, that doesn't matter.
Exactly.
I thought
we gave up a second this year to get a third this year.
Look,
So it was just a flip.
This only fails Keely if Pierce turns out to be whack. As long as he come out and be a baller, we good.
I mean, I think it's just a matter of the value of that first round pick. Like if we have a bad season and that first round pick turns into we're picking in the top 10, then at that point, the question is he worth a top 10 selection?
Oh yeah. I'm hoping we have a play. I'm hoping we go.
Now, if we have a good season, that's the hope that we do have a good season, and it turns out to be a late first round pick. Therefore, it washes out.
All right, who next on the grade?
Marcus.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What kind of letter grade you gonna give us, man, for this draft?
Man, I'm giving him an A-. The only reason.
Wait a minute. Mark, is that Atlanta Public Schools A- or the Fulton County Schools A-?
Man, you put me on the spot there, man. I grew up in DeKalb County, so I can't speak.
Excuse me, then.
Yeah, I can't speak. I can't speak for them. You know what I mean?
John, that grade scale about to be way on the curve. He said,
man, the only reason I got that minus there, man, is because they had to, give up that first pick, that first rounder next year to get their guy. I understand it though. Terry Fontenot and Raheem Morris, they making moves for their job. Because if they don't get to the playoffs this year, both of them gone. So I understand why they did it. I just thought, God damn, the first rounder, man. But at the same time, I'm looking at this from a different perspective. If both these edge rushers hit, we got them for the next 4 years on a rookie scale. So I'm looking at the moves that Terry's made on the offensive side of the ball. You got some dogs on the offensive side of the ball. Now you got some dogs on the defensive side of the ball. Terry's playing money ball with these guys. You look at all these guys that we've gotten in the offseason in the draft. They have, their numbers are up there, whether it's sacks or interceptions. They're not bums coming with 2 or 3 sacks on the year. These are some dogs. So if this pays out that you went back and got your guy in the draft, and he turns out to be a world buster, man, these teams in trouble. Now on the flip side, I don't mind us going back in the draft because I bring up Lamar Jackson. Baltimore went back up in the draft and picked him at 32, 2-time MVP.
Good point.
So I'm not mad at it. It's just, God damn, that first rounder. But if we playing good, I look at the Rams too. Man, the Rams didn't have a first round pick for 7 fucking years. But that one title is worth it. That one title by itself is worth it.
James Pierce being defensive player of the year.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys.
A lot of ifs being thrown around.
I mean, well, there's ifs in every draft, though.
I'm just saying. I'm responding to Red and his if, and of course the numerous ifs y'all threw out. Because there are 2 sides to a coin with ifs. It can go equally as bad. But I mean, the only thing I'm hearing right now is all positive.
Another component to add on real quick of drafting that first round pick is we're projected to have about $50 million in cap space next year.
Yeah.
Michael Penix still will be on a rookie contract.
Exactly.
So they feel like if they need to go get somebody, they'll just go spend the money and get them next year in free agency.
That's the preemptive thinking.
Facts, and that's
the
a wholehearted fact.
Thinking right there. So
yeah. So
hold on. Hey, John, is my turn yet?
Yes, sir.
Mark,
If
Mark, you done?
I was just saying, you know, when
No,
it comes to ifs, every team has ifs. You know, you look at where Travis Hunter went. There's a lot of ifs on that motherfucking team. A lot of them. There's some ifs and there's some nopes. So when you look at our team and you look at how we're starting to stack stuff now. When you look at our defense last year, dude, our defense cost us so many games last year, especially the last game when we played Carolina and we were getting our asses kicked on defense. They had to go defense. But you know, guys like me, Tidy, Ryan, we all knew Atlanta was going defense in this draft. Wasn't gonna be no sexy picks in the first round. We knew that. We knew they were going all defense because they had no choice. Offensively, we're straight. Quarterback wise, we're straight. I don't care how mad Kirk Cousins is, he's your backup. And in any situation, if Michael Penix goes out, well, we got a proven quarterback in the regular season who's going to be forced to play good because he has no other choice. If he plays bad, ain't no other team going to pick him up. So when you look at what Terry's kind of done, these are low-key genius moves. The only issue, when you look at our team, let's just keep it a stat. We ain't went to the playoffs in 7 years. You look at the position players that we got. Bijan, probably going to be a generational talent. Michael Penix could be a generational talent. Drake London, the minute he got a competent quarterback, he went off. Kyle Pitts is Kyle Pitts. You look at Ray Ray. Ray Ray came in when Rondell Moore got injured, did pretty decent. Darnell Mooney did damn good last year. So, and dude, we got one of the most cohesive offensive lines in the game. When you look at these other teams and how they every year they got to remake their offensive line. Look at Kansas City. So when you build that defense and then you bring back Jeff Ulbrich, ain't no ifs to this. If Atlanta don't make the playoffs, everybody need to get fired. Because this team was good enough to win the division last year. Had our quarterback just stepped the fuck aside and said, "Hey, listen, my shoulder bothering me, dog. Put the kid in." We probably make the playoffs.
Belichick got what a $1 or $10 million buyout.
Y'all confident in the center position on this team?
Ryan Newsom, hell yeah. Ryan Newsom is a better pass protector than Drew Dahmer was. He's a lesser graded run protector, but he's a better pass protector than Dahmer.
You sure about that?
Ain't Jack Nelson secondary position center?
No, so Nelson can play tackle, he play guard, he can play center. Like he's a utility player.
That's what I figured. I'm hoping that's why he took it.
He's a utility player.
Let's not put too many hopes on a 7th-round pick, though.
Yeah, no, he's a utility player. Like, I mean, if Nelson get any PT is on the practice squad, along with Javon Gwynn.
I think the prevailing thing with if is that if means it's uncertain, which means as equally possible as it can go positive, it's equally probable that it could go negative.
Well, I'm definitely
the prevailing point of
the center position. Well, let me ask you this: who going to the Super Bowl next year?
Falcons.
Who going to the Super Bowl next year?
Let me check my globe real quick. It says I don't know.
Okay, that's a lot of ifs. You got the Eagles, dude. You got the Eagles. The Eagles.
If and I don't know are two different things.
Everything about an NFL.
I said I gave you a different answer. I said the Falcons.
Everything about
it is not an I do not.
Everything about an NFL.
Let me not even work because the if is and I don't know are two different.
Let me tell you about ifs. If Saquon Barkley gets injured next year,
my offense sit there click.
There's nothing to tell me about an if. If means something can go positive
now,
or it can go bad.
Marcus, let's not sit here hoping on
injuries. I'm already familiar with the definition of what an if is.
So we can have injuries too now. Let's not hope on injuries.
Yeah, well, I'm just simply saying that could happen. If this happens, if that happens, no team makes it to the Super Bowl. No team makes it to the playoffs. Every season there's ifs. Every
Everything
season.
about
I don't know why
the
we're
NFL
repeating this.
season is
If simply means it could go good or it could go bad. There's a lot of ifs on this team. We could have a pass rush. Dorless could be productive, or he could not. Rookie Aurora could be great, or he could be not. There's a lot of ifs on the team. Newsel could be the best center possible for this O-line, or he may not. Like, there's a lot of ifs. That's all if means. There's nothing to say, James, about this. It's just
That's every
mean it's a probability.
Dude, you just described every team in the NFL, though.
NFL fact.
So hold on. But my point, I don't know why this is going over. It's just that every if is being discussed as in a positive. All I'm saying is if means it could go either way. That's the only point I'm making.
That's because
it can't be just all that I'm certain it's gonna be good because it's an if. It's gonna be certain that we're going to the Super Bowl. No, like all these we still have question marks. We don't know.
Well, okay, let me ask you this.
You sound like a
hold on.
I sound like somebody who got common sense. Like
hold on, because you keep talking in like a condescending manner. So I'm gonna ask you a simple question.
If that's how you perceive
hold on. If Bijan is healthy next year, is he gonna have a good year?
I don't know.
If
he's healthy, please
come on.
done.
Based off of the 2 years that he's been here. Based off the 2 years he's been here. If he's healthy, will he have a good year next year?
With your good hope killing ass.
So hold on. Is to run the ball, is the running back the only component in success of running the ball?
Bro, I'm asking you a simple question. If he's healthy next year, what you're doing is you're asking a question with a question. This is a simple yes or no. If you know common sense, this is a simple yes or no. If Bijan is healthy next year, will he have a good season?
Are you done?
I'm finished. It's a yes or no, sir.
But you're not going to legislate how the fuck I answer a question.
Okay,
so
yeah, because you're trying to talk your way out of it.
I'm not trying to talk.
Basically.
All right, hold on. Everybody who talking about trying to talk my way out of it, y'all can shut the fuck up. So
you are.
I am saying
your way out of it.
I'm not.
Chill out.
You
did this all night long.
I haven't.
Questions all night, and you've been sitting there trying to run around it.
But I asked him a simple yes or no, and he's about to go. He's about to go around the world.
The floor is yours. The floor is yours. I'll give my grade after Kelly does.
All right, the floor is mine now.
Have you gotten your steps in today?
Well,
Lord,
you know what? You know what? Hold on, y'all. You know what? Really and truthfully, sitting here listening to this and not having a stake in the game either way. That is not a yes and no question.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
no, John,
yes, it is.
John, let me say this.
At some point, can I answer it? Can I answer this question?
Hold on. Real quick. Let me. Okay, go ahead and answer, fam. Go ahead and answer, fam.
Y'all keep saying I'm running. Why the fuck are you talking? You keep saying I'm running away from, but you don't let me answer it.
Show. I can talk.
It's not your show.
It is my
show. It's
not John's show.
Hey, fam, real quick. Let him answer the question. Let him answer the question, fam.
If I don't give a fuck that it's your show, okay? Let me tell you that much. I don't give a flat fuck that it's your show. I'm
okay. Fam, the floor is yours. Go ahead and answer.
Right quick, Winston. Let him cook right quick, Winston.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
His health is not the only component to success. If the offensive line does not block, if he's running against, hold on, he when Ritter was here, right? He ran up against stacked boxes, correct? Like he did not have the season that he had last year because he did not have the room. All I'm saying is his health is not the only component to him being successful. There are plenty of talented running backs who are healthy and do not have the years because the O-line isn't successful. There's not a balance in the offense. That's the only point I was making, that health is not the only contingent upon his success. And that's just common football sense that health is not the only component in the success of a running back.
But that's
now there's
changing up
no
the
running
original
from
question,
that. That's
though.
just common sense.
But
Y'all
see, the
did
thing,
all that shit
and
just to
and
down
and
for
that's
some
the
that's
reason.
common sense.
And see, that's the reason why I said what I said about this.
Y'all did all that extra shit, and it's not a lie. That's not the only component in the success of a running back.
Yeah,
let me
now
ask this- let me-
I
let me ask this
would
question.
say this.
It
I
takes
would
a
say
help.
this. I
No,
would say this. I would say that a healthy running back would definitely help, or a healthy running back would definitely lean you toward him having a good season. But there are a lot of variables, like the old saying, there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip.
They did all that tap dancing and shit when that's the damn common sense.
You know,
That's the
so
common sense
that's
factor.
that's why I say you couldn't answer
well,
that one yes or no.
With all this tap dancing going on, somebody get red some tissue.
Well,
So-
I would say, but did I lie though? Did I lie, Tony? Did I lie? Did I lie?
Well, you danced around the question.
I don't give a no. Y'all didn't even give me an opportunity to answer the question, so you can.
Well, you just did.
Hold
All
on.
right, so
I
let me
didn't. I
ask you
did not
this.
dance when I gave a direct answer the minute I got the opportunity. So y'all can just miss me with that shit. And the point is, I didn't lie. That's not the only component to success of a running game.
Okay, so with the stack box, how many yards did Bijan have his first year with stack boxes?
Did he have the year that he had this year without it?
I'm asking you a simple question. You're answering a question with a question, sir. I asked you in his rookie season,
like you're not a professor,
in his rookie season with stack boxes, how many yards did Bijan rush for?
I don't have the number in front of me. You want to tell
1,000?
me?
Well, I mean, you've been doing pretty good research.
I do not have it in front of me. What
Okay.
the fuck? What else you want to hear about?
In his rookie campaign, he rushed for almost 1,000 yards.
Okay, how much did he rush this year?
It was almost 1,500.
Okay, that's a distinction, correct? Because we have a running back that's on the bench that rushed for 1,000 yards, correct? Does that make him a premium back? Does that make him a premium back?
If healthy, is Tyler Algier going to have a good career or a good season next year?
I got a crystal ball. You let me what the fuck? Like
let me hold on. Let me
John,
let me do this. John, hold on.
Not the only
John, let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Let's go back in time. When Julio was the number one receiver, either number 1A or number 1B, when Antonio Brown was playing with the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? Did you ever think when healthy, Julio was going to have a bad season?
If Ritter was his quarterback, I would expect.
I didn't ask that. Quit running for the damn question.
Bro, I'm not for the
quit running from these questions. I asked you a simple question. When Julio was number 1 or number 1A or 1B, whether you thought Antonio Brown was the best, when Julio was healthy, did you ever think that Julio was going to have a bad season?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
No, so here's the thing.
Oh God!
You cannot pin somebody into a yes or no question just when there's other components to success.
Like, if you saying,
Julio does not have an offensive line blocking for him. Like, there's other components to success. Like, oh my God, it's not even comparable.
Okay,
like,
so
there's not a tackle blocking for Julio. There's not a center blocking in front of Julio. Like, this shit doesn't make any sense.
But let me say this.
The bottom line is,
let me say this.
There are multiple things besides just help. No player just being healthy.
So therefore, they are blocking for him.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. Okay, Keely, you say that
healthy does not assure success. There are other components to people being successful. I don't know anybody who graduated past 5th grade understands this simple concept.
Understand that, but Keely, let me ask
if you understand it, then what the fuck am I answering these questions?
Because for the simple fact it is, you say it's other components, right? So, Ty, let me ask you a question, Ty.
Hey, Red, man.
All right, what was the grade? What was the offensive line grade in 2023?
As a unit?
Yeah, as a unit.
I want to say we graded out in the top 8. If memory serves me correctly, in 23.
23, okay. I think we was like top 6.
What about 24?
Top 5.
I don't know if we were that high. 24. I think we came
no,
down
we
a little
7.
bit.
I think we might have been 7.
At 25, what we gonna be? What's our grade? With our prize center leaving in free agency? Are you saying it's gonna be the same line?
But the prize center was hurt last year as well. So Newsel came in and they still jail how they were supposed to jail for Bijan to have what he had. And he didn't hit 300 yards.
McGarry was in and out too.
So hold on.
For real.
To my point, are you saying for sure that Newsel, there's no drop off between Newsel?
I'm not saying there's a drop off because that's
we're not going to sit here and try to draw a comparison to the
but that's one position. That's one position.
It's literally the center of the offensive line.
I understand that, but he's still gonna have to go to the quarterback first, and the quarterback got to hand it off to the running back, right? But still, though, they still
even beyond that. All right. So last season we was run centric. We was run centric, and everything worked off of the run. All right. This year, with the line that we have and the weapons that we have, is going to be pass first to open up everything else.
So since we want to make this comparison, what was Ryan Newsel PFF score last year, and what was Dalman PFF score last year?
Ryan Newsel only played like 4 or 5 games. So you can't compare that.
But hold on, no, he using him as an example, as if in those games.
No, but I'm just saying though, he still did a good job in those 4 or 5 games.
Exactly.
But he's saying
with that being said, you can't say that, bro. You can't use
that.
You can't say 4. He only 4 games, but it's big enough for sample size.
Storm Norton. They're trying to compare Storm Norton to Caleb McGarry grade last year.
Right, and see, they still
jail. They don't have enough games to actually compare each other.
So if there's not enough games, then there's not enough games to be certain that he can pick up.
When both of them stepped into the game, they both were more than serviceable.
Right.
If there's not enough games to make a determination, then you can't say that there's enough games to be sure that there won't be a drop off.
Let me give a different perspective. I think what they're saying, Keely, is enough years have passed that we've seen enough data to come to a very great assumption, and I know I use the word assumption, that the offensive line will be at least above average. And with the line being above average, Bijan's talent is so great that he will produce very, very good, great, or elite numbers if he's healthy. I think that's what they're saying.
Right.
That's point on, Tidy. That's
what is the very key word that you used was. The key word that you used was.
That's why I put an emphasis on it, because I know you was gonna go there. I know you was gonna go there. But that goes back to the Julio thing.
We got like an hour left. We got plenty of shit to talk about.
We only got an hour
left. Hey, Tidy, go ahead and get off what you was about to say about Julio real quick.
I was saying,
then I'm gonna do my grade after that. Go ahead.
I was just saying that goes back to the Julio point. Like you saw enough of Julio, and you knew his talent was so great. Even if Matt Ryan went down for a season or most of the season, we felt confident that Matt Sharp could come in and Julio still was going to give you 90 catches, 15, 16, 1,700 yards. He wasn't going to score a lot of touchdowns, anywhere from 4 to 7 touchdowns.
Oh, no, now, Tidy.
No, I ain't gonna do that. I'll just say my piece and I'm gonna leave it right there.
All right, Winston.
Yep. All right. So my grade is A, leaning towards A+. All right. So the best pick that we had was best move that we had was Jalen Walker falling to 15. We got him, which wasn't our guy. The article back that James Pierce was supposed to be our guy. And I would rather had trade up to 26 instead of trading to 25 to 15 to get Pierce when Walker's right there. So the best move was the 15 to 26 combo. All right. Best value pick was Xavier Watts. Like that boy is something different, bro. And if you remember, back shit. When was it? Back in like February? It was about like February. I said and talked about him. I said they talked about it. The corner, not the corner, the goddamn safety from Notre Dame. And I brought his ass up. He played just like Jesse Bates. Now you have two Jesse Bates. And then we double down. And the sneak pick is Billy Bowman. That's a sneak pick. Because Billy Bowman's a ball hawk too. Now you legitimately have, however you want to rotate it, you got a 4-man safety rotation. If you include Helen, if Helen's back and ready to goddamn play this year, you have a 4-man safety rotation. Like, and we had this conversation last week? Last week in the group chat. And like the actual combinations that we are able to do with the talent. This harking back to what Ty to be sitting there going on. Talent out trumps coaching. The talent that we actually have is fucking crazy now. Like defensively wise, we can go 4-3, we can go 3-4, we can go 3-3-5, we can go 2-2-5, 2-5-5. Like there's so many. I mean not 2-5-5, the 2-5-4. There's so many different combinations of things that we are able to do with the talent that we have now. Like people forget. Like I know a lot of people is so zoned in on what we did this draft that they forgot about last year's draft. You got Ruke. You got Braylon Trice coming back from ACL injury.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah. Braylon Trice had then led the nation in pressure his last year in college. He led the nation in pressure. Then you turn around and draft Jalen Walker and James Pierce who was like 1-2 or 1-3 in pressure and pass rush win rate. But that's what I said last year. Last year after the draft last year, I said Trice is the guy that's gonna flush somebody. If Trice is able to play, Judon is there to clean it up. But we didn't have Trice to sit there and actually accentuate Judon. We have all that here now.
Which
And
brings
then
me back.
people forget we just picked up Leonard Floyd. We put Duff Floyd. So now you got Trice, Floyd, AK, Walker, uh,
Ellis.
Pierce, Ellis, uh, uh, Malone. Like our pass rushing room is overflowing with talent. Our
Which
defensive end, like say we go base 3-4, right? So you put probably Root probably be a nose tackle. I ain't gonna lie, Root probably be a nose tackle. All right. So then you got Anya Mata on one side, and then probably Jalen Walker on the other side, right? So then you have Pierce, Caden Ellis, and then people forget all about Troy Anderson. If we can actually get Troy Anderson to goddamn and get his head out of his ass, that probably be the most dangerous chess piece that we got.
Good luck on that.
which brings me back to, like, if y'all go back today, for y'all that didn't, they did two separate interviews with the Falcons today. They did the offensive coordinators and then they did the defensive coordinators. If what Nate Ollie said don't get y'all hyped up for the season, ain't nothing gonna get y'all hyped up for the season.
But damn, what the hell he say then, man?
Huh?
How you gonna bring that to the table and don't let nobody eat? What the fuck did he say, man?
I was sitting here away.
Hey,
Oh, he
he
said a
said
bunch
that
of
he
shit.
said that brought a platter to the table to junk on it and then walked up.
Nah,
What's under the cover?
He said with everybody that he done had to work with, he said the talent that the Falcons got. He said he don't see no reason why they can't be top 5 defense this year easily.
That's what I'm sitting there saying, because like if Obert and Gray are able to work in sync and don't be on the issue of
Yeah, they interviewed him too.
I want to do things my way, and let's be open to fuck that. Let's have the best players on the field. Come on, like, bruh,
Yeah,
like,
they interviewed Jerry Gray too. He said a whole lot of good shit too.
like, look at his secondary, right? So say we go 4-3. Look at his secondary. Oh no, say we go 3-4. All right, look at the secondary here. Oh no, 3-3-5. Let's go 3-3-5. So you have AJ on one side, you have Mike Hughes on the other.
Or Kobe.
No, let's slide Kobe. But matter of fact, you could put Kobe outside and slide Mike Hughes into the nickel position.
Nah, they can put the other boy in nickel.
Who?
What's
Nah,
that?
no. Look. Remember the games that you watched last year. Remember when Mike Hughes was healthy and shit. Remember how he was smacking shit on the run. That what you want from your nickelback. He was doing that as the outside corner. Put him inside. Cause he to be honest, Mike Hughes' biggest problem is he's just a bigger corner. He's a bigger corner. He don't have the 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 vertical speed, and that's why he end up getting caught up. So all right, let's slide Hughes inside and have Kobe on the outside, right? All right, so now you have Jesse Bates and Watts, who is Jesse Bates 2.0, playing the hashes. You're not getting shit deep. And if you slip on a throat, it's going the other way. It's going the other way. Like there's no if and buts about it. It's going the other way. Like right now, we legitimately have the potential to have an actual no-fly zone. And plenty of teams sit there and say it, yeah, we got this and the third. No, like we legitimately have the talent to have that, to not have to have a no-fly zone. You're not getting shit deep. You're not getting shit deep. You're not getting shit shallow. You're not getting nothing. Period. Your best bet is sit there try to run the ball. But we got all these attacking front 7 players that you're not gonna be able to run the ball. Like we legitimate. The only problem I have with this defense is we're light. It's undersized. But talent-wise, like you can't negate the talent. If I put 5 on the line against your 5 on the line, my 5 on the line is going to be. Somebody's going to win. There's no ifs and buts about it. Somebody's going to win.
Well, you gotta remember we're not through building either. We can still add some size.
All right. Yeah. At this point, if you add size, like you're not getting the talent that you need.
Well, we don't need it.
That's why I was sitting there. That's why I was so gung ho about getting the boy from Florida that Tampa Bay ended up getting.
But with the talent we got, we can just add an average, somebody average with size. I mean, we got enough talent around them. We just need to hold a couple of blocks.
No. Could to tee it off, like, all right, you can have an average person with size and they get pushed back. They don't hold the point of attack. A big person with size
average like that. I'm just saying somebody
holds the point of attack.
That's what I'm talking about. Somebody that can actually do the job, but he don't have to be like above average. You don't have to be a pro bowler.
You missed what I said. a big person without talent is going to give ground. They're going to lose the point of attack. A big person with talent is going to hold the point of attack. They're going to hold the line of scrimmage where the line of scrimmage is, and everybody else straight down and clean it up.
Look,
That's how you stop. That's how you stop run
when the
play.
June cuts happen, or when somebody get cut from training camp or preseason, we'll be ready. I'm just saying, we'll pick up somebody with some talent that's sizable, that's got some size, that we feel like that's what we need. That's the missing piece. We'll find somebody.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
man. We
okay.
can hear your voice. We don't want to hear your voice, but we can hear you.
Shut up, fool. You just
We done had that. We done
mad
had
because
that
the goat
right
going
on the
home.
whole show.
Because the goat got sent home. Hey, John, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Hell no, you talking shit.
Okay.
Get the fuck out of the podcast.
So with the draft being over, I was just curious as to everybody's before the draft opinions of TF and everybody's post opinions of TF.
All right,
Shit,
let's go around the 8 now.
I'll go first.
We'll go around the horn on that one, and then Antonio, you had brought up something that everybody had said. If we start talking about this, he ain't gonna make it through the roundabout, and we'll go to
My
that
bad.
next.
I didn't know he asked something. My fault.
Oh no. Well, you know what? If I ask a question, it's liable. It's definitely liable to take up a lot of the time. But
We get to later. You want to go Antonio question first, or
Nah, go
Coach?
ahead, Coach. We can answer your
we'll
question
go
first.
with Coach's question.
All right, well, hell, I'll go first. I'll make it quick.
Pre and
From
post.
so the first 3 years, I saw the talent he accumulated in the first round, but after that it won't hit no much. But last year it made me inquisitive. And then when I saw what we did by going to get the defensive coordinator we got, and then we made this before I had Terry at an F. After I got Terry at a solid B.
Damn, that's a hell of a jump. Okay.
Yeah. He did hella fast shit this offseason. But the last draft is accumulating into this grade.
All right. Let me see who's next. James, what you think?
Yeah. But Terry Post, sometimes I didn't know what the hell he was doing. So beforehand, I had him at a D because
God damn.
I had to see the progression. But right now, after the draft and the offseason moves and stuff, and I know they probably ain't finished, got him with Winston at a solid B plus. He still got to improve some more in some areas, but overall, it's a B.
I thought you were gonna give him a G for genius.
I gave him a G for genius
Shots
for the
fired.
draft.
Shots fired.
Give him a J for jackass. I'm sorry.
Give Red Ass an L for law.
Yeah, but
Give you a B for illegal.
All right. Hey, Mark, what you think?
Man, I'm gonna be honest, man. I've definitely been a fan of Terry. So, up before the draft, I probably had him at an A. A lot of things
My
aren't
man.
his fault. A lot
hold
of
on.
My
things aren't his
Hold
fault.
on.
You know, he put.
I just want to make sure I heard an A.
Yeah, I gave him an A.
Oh, you
If you
gave him an
look at,
A? I didn't. I thought I heard an 8, but you
oh
said
no,
A.
A,
Okay,
yeah,
A as like
um,
first letter of the alphabet.
A and Apple.
yeah. The only
A
pick,
as in asinine.
Yeah,
Okay, just make sure.
let him give his reason, y'all.
the only pick I think is controversial is Kyle Pitts. But to his credit, we haven't had a quarterback. The first three we had Matt Ryan when they first came in. Matt Ryan was falling off a cliff then. But Kyle Pitts was still able to get 1,000 receiving yards with a quarterback that was falling off the cliff. Then we got Marcus Mariota, who was trash, and he's where he should always be, on the bench. Then we got Desmond Ridder, fool's gold. I think that was an Arthur Smith pick, but I digress. But if you look at a lot of picks that he's made over his tenure, they're solid picks. We got coaches that aren't calling fucking timeout to win the game. That ain't on that's not on Terry. We got a defensive coordinator who don't know how to be a defensive coordinator. Now that kind of is on Terry because he allowed Raheem to come in and get 2 first-timers on offense and defense. But outside of that, after the draft, it's still an A. And the reason why it stayed an A is because I'm not jumping off the porch until this team shows me on the field that they can do the things that we know they can do. But every year, it's something. Every fucking year, it's something. If the offense is firing on all cylinders, the defense decides they ain't even coming to work. If the defense is firing on all cylinders, the offense wants to average 18 points a game. We got to find a year where we're doing both offense and defense at the same time. And I think people are just frustrated about that. I can't put this on Terry. You had a boneheaded coach with Arthur Smith. And then I don't know whose decision it was to fucking hire Raheem in the first place when you had Bill Belichick walk in here with enough rings to put on both fingers in his dick. I don't understand how you let him walk out and bring Raheem in, but I digress. But yeah, I give him, he's an A before and an A after.
Cool.
All right. Tidy. What you think?
I really ain't never been too high or too low on tier. I've been kind of in the middle. But my opinion as of right now, it hasn't changed. It's where it was 3 weeks ago. Right in the middle. I'm super excited about the draft, as we talked about earlier. I love the draft, but if being a Falcons fan has taught me one thing in this world, you better wait and see the end result.
There you go.
Before you take your money out the bank. So depending on how this upcoming season ends, it could go as low as a D, possibly an F. Depending if we make the playoffs or what we do in the playoffs, I could increase that to like a B plus, A minus. But as of right now, it's a C, and it was a C a month ago.
All right, Keely, what you think?
D to a C. There's some picks. I mean, outside of moves like Kirk getting a no trade clause, but those things irritated me. But in terms of just holding it to the draft, there were certain picks that, like, of course, Kyle Pitts taking the tight end at 4. I didn't like. I mean, seeing how Richie Grant panned out, Jalen Mayfield, Darren Hall, Troy Anderson, Desmond Ridder.
So you just waiting on somebody? Okay, good.
And I think we got a whole class in terms of 24 class that's still incomplete. We just can't put a grade on it yet. So I can't. These last 2 drafts, I mean, are still incomplete. So it's too much from already opinion on based upon. So a C to a D. I mean, a D to a C.
All right, Tonyo, what you think?
At first, Terry was like a C in my opinion because I didn't know whether or not he had full control of the team as far as doing his job. But then I compliment him on us getting our quarterback in last year's draft because had we had to do it this year, we would have been fucked. But overall, with what he did this year, like I didn't think that he had. Because we were just talking about this on last week's show before the draft. Like One, for him to go out there and get some actual dogs, like some junkyard dogs. He went out there and he did that. Two, I didn't ever think that he would have the balls to move back up in the first. And we had talked about that during our little draft party, and I said it. I was like, now if this dude actually want to make a move and he move back up in the first and grab somebody else, I said I'll be all for it. So I go from a C to a B. I give him a B plus right now, especially if our defense is everything that I think it's gonna be.
All right. Hey, Red, what you think?
Well, I think everybody knows before the draft, his approval rating was very, very low with me. Now, to be fair, I hated his first 3 drafts. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the only impact players we maybe got from him out of all the players he picked were maybe 3 players: London, Bijan, and maybe Ty last year. I think he grabbed Dahlman, but Dahlman no longer on the team. So last 2 drafts, you don't got us a quarterback, and this draft was pretty damn good. So I think I'm gonna adopt the tighty opinion, like pending what go on this season, because I still see how it all what it looked like on the field. It looked good on paper. I still need to see it on the field, but I'm anticipating a playoff run. Now,
would you hire him to be the GM of your Lakers?
If that playoff run happens, and a lot of the pieces that he grabbed within the last 2 years are contributing to the playoff run, in addition to Bijan and Drake, then my approval rating will rise significantly from very low to where I had him before the draft. But I still need to see how I look on the field. But it was a damn good draft, and he has the potential to go from very low to somewhat high. I'm not gonna say extremely high. You got to get one of these for that.
All right, well, John, what's your grade before and after?
Now I was gonna go to Coach next since it was his question. Hey, Coach, do you want to answer your question?
Yeah, I can answer. So, you can hear me, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm like Mark, man. You know, I never did understand the smoke. You know, I understand people didn't like the Kyle Pitts move. Hindsight is 2020. But at the time, remember, I believe we had just lost Hoop. We just lost Calvin. So, I mean, and we didn't know that Matt was going nosedive into the concrete. So, I mean, it was a logical pick, in my opinion. Every other pick after that has been, you know, pretty good. I don't know whatever happened to Hennessy, but that's neither here nor there. I don't even know if he's still on the team, but
Hennessy was before. He was 2020.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Hennessy went to Philly and got a ring.
Oh, okay. And you know, as far as I think the only knock on him, and again, hindsight is 2020, but it probably was never a good idea to do anyway, was guarantee Kirk the money. The amount of money the contract was actually for was commensurate with a quarterback of his stature. Like, I'm not tripping on the price, but the guaranteed money, maybe that shouldn't have happened. But outside of that, I mean, I give him a B before, and I give him a B now. And again, this is all on paper because we don't know who's gonna pan out or what. But on paper, he's done pretty well in last year's draft and this year, because no one but Penix really played. I think Root played a couple of snaps last year, but Penix and Root really the only one that got some burn. So we don't know what the other guys are about.
That
but
white linebacker from Notre Dame got some burn.
JD
Oh,
Bertrand
okay.
played.
JD Bertrand.
Yeah, okay. But again, on paper, he seems like he's done a pretty good job. So let's hope that translate to wins. I just, like I tell people all the time, calm down. Let the process play out. You know what I mean? And we here now. Look like we got a solid team, and I for once, and I don't think I've ever been this excited for football season to start like I am this year. Like I'm extremely excited
Coach,
because
real
on
quick,
paper we have the best team. Yes, sir.
were you this excited after we signed Buddy from the Patriots and got Simmons? You weren't this equally excited last year?
Nah, not as excited as I was this year because last year we had rookies and I didn't know how that was going to play out.
I ain't gonna lie. When I heard Coach on Tidy Show the other night, I thought Coach was about to start crying.
Man, hey, look, I was just
fucking excited. Yeah.
Bruh, I mean, in my 30, 40 years of being, well, got to be 30. In my 30 plus years of being a fan, I've never seen the Falcons. And again, this is on paper, but I've never seen the Falcons have a team this complete on both sides of the ball in my lifetime. I don't know about in John's because he was here when the lights cut on, but in my lifetime, I've never seen it.
Yeah, John is an original Leatherhead.
He flipped the switch when God said, "Let there be light."
Mm-hmm. He knows
all right.
So,
all these judge jokes. Judge, get on.
Oh no.
John, my guy, I gotta give one or two a night.
Yeah, that's cool. But we'll keep bombing my co-host. That's a dub.
We talk about your ass too.
Hey, nigga, I talk about your ass too.
Hey, I'm the only one that gives John the old joke, so I don't know who else does. But anyway, but yeah, man.
John,
I give him an A.
John, what is your grade?
Well, let me. Oh boy. You love to shoot at the old man whose 40 time done dropped from 4-4 to 8-3. So I don't care. Now, okay.
You might as well be walking, John.
Well, there you go. Marcus, there you go. There you go. See, that's why old men carry pistols and knives and stuff. See,
no, man,
we ain't gonna outrun you.
That shit sound like damn. They run around goddamn Daytona. All they making left turn. Who the hell that line is?
Hey, now you know what? Somebody's driving their natural ass off. I don't know who it is. Is that you, Marcus?
Hey,
it's me.
That goddamn
Coach. I knew it was one of y'all.
Yeah, normally I got my earpiece in, but I left at my home today, so I'm talking to the car. My bad. I'll go on mute.
Oh no, that's all right. That's all right. I thought you were just trying to impress your passenger.
That man sounded like he coming out of the pit stop. he ready to rev up and get up to 200 real quick. Like, nah.
Because I mean, man, that turns it left. Click. But wait a minute, that's a new Kia he driving too now. He driving a K4.
Hey man, he his signal like
yes sir.
Like somebody found his head. He making 3 lefts and a right to see if somebody got that still behind him.
Oh man, but hey,
all right, John, what's your grade, bro?
I listened again to our draft show last week, and normally I just try to keep a level head about it. But see, man, when I asked the question first, round about the 20th pick, hey, the 20th or 22nd pick, hey, what do y'all think about this being a good spot for us to come back, or when would be a good time for us to come back? Y'all remember that?
18 to 20. And you
was y'all remember me asking that?
And I was like, I said, hold on, give it a couple more picks. That's when we should trade back in.
And then I just happened to look and saw that Atlanta was next. I think they were right after who? Who were they right after? They were right after.
Don't give me the line. I ain't even see the draft. I did the draft like free ball, just all through the show.
But thing was, when I saw that Atlanta had traded back in the first round, I got excited. Whoa, wait a minute, they done did something. Atlanta back in the first round. And to hear all of you guys getting all pumped up and fired up, especially Coach and Antonio and Winston and everybody, man, y'all got me pumped up when I heard that. And thing was, Tidy, you know what my saying is. You know what my saying is, Tidy. Get it off the paper. Huh?
Get it out the paper, get it on the field.
Put it on the field.
Get it off the paper, put it on the field. So prior to the draft, we had shows, we had talks, and I couldn't say one way or another who's. Oh my goodness. Anyway, man, I just saw something on TV. At any rate, I'm telling you, I couldn't say. You remember I used my analogy of coming off the elevator. You remember I used my elevator analogy. Somebody farting on the elevator. Okay, when the elevator opens up and the man is getting ready to get on, everybody on the elevator got some stank on. I don't know who did it. So as far as I'm concerned, all y'all did. So I can't say whether Arthur Smith did it because, I remember me and Keely, and everybody had a real discussion about who did what or who didn't do what. And, I had to come to the conclusion that, I really didn't know. All right. Now, there have been some overtures that Arthur Smith was in charge of drafting his own people, especially in light of the fact, and I know Marcus remembers this, that both of them reported to Rich McKay equally. Mm-hmm. And see, when you have, and this was just par for the course for the Falcons franchise, because at one time, as I continue to chronicle, we had 7 general managers at one time. So I couldn't really judge or say that, about Terry. And there were a lot of people, and I remember all you guys, fire Terry. If he doesn't do good this year, fire him. I was hearing a whole bunch of that, but I couldn't get behind that because I couldn't say that he was totally or singularly responsible for where we are. But what he did, I definitely feel a little bit better about him now that he did what he did. Okay. There were some things that out of his control that made things that he did do work. The falling of Walker down to where we could get it. Okay. Now, he didn't have anything to do with that, from best that I can figure. He didn't have anything to do with that. Okay. So I don't, I can't give him credit for that. But for me, I have to see what these people do on the field. Because a lot of times I let you guys go ahead and speculate about draft picks and talk about people and their potential and what they can do, what they're good at, where you can fit them, where you can put them. Me, and I've always told you guys this, I judge these players by what I see on Sunday. Okay. That's just me. So I don't know. It's Atlanta Public Schools K-5 incomplete. That's my grade. That's my grade.
Hey, can I say something real quick though, John?
Yes, you can.
I just want to let y'all fellas know that I appreciate y'all, man. Because mental health and your health being fucked up physically will put you in a real bad headspace for real. Especially when you're dealing with a wife that just got dealing with cancer, and then me myself, I was just in the hospital for 15 days back in October. And the one person I know that's gonna always call and check on me is Winston. And I appreciate John checking up on me. Smitty even reach out to me all the time. And dude, I can literally sit here and sitting here crying with my wife last night. Like, when your mental state is fucked up, bruh, and you go to sleep wishing that you didn't have to wake up, that's not a good place to be.
Yeah.
But I thank y'all because, especially for y'all that create content, and I look forward to hearing from y'all because I even reached out to Marcus. I was like, bro, when you gonna get on? Because I know Marcus had been down for a while and hadn't created nothing. And I was like, dude, when you gonna get on and let us hear what you got to say? Like, I look forward to, ABG and the eye test and listen to Marcus and listening to Smitty, and even y'all know if it ain't me that's making a phone call in the group chat at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, it's gonna be Ron. And like, the nights that I was calling y'all because I was really honestly going through shit. And I can honestly say, like, even on my post today on Facebook, like, I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. When you gotta have the right circle around you to get you through shit. And I'm glad I can call y'all part of my circle, bro. Real talk.
Yes, sir.
Hey man, one thing for sure, two things for certain. What you ain't fitting to do and have us up here crying at 2 o'clock in the damn morning. You hear me?
Bro, back in October, dude, like when I got hurt on the job,
that shit all love, bro.
When I tell you my finger was hanging off by literally like skin, because I went straight through the bone and then get there and realize that I was having a hypertension crisis, and they tracked me down too fast and I passed out and I was gone for like 2 days. Like 2 days until I woke back up and they thought I had organ failure. I had heart surgery right before Thanksgiving. Like, y'all didn't know nothing about that. But and the fact of me being the person that I am with my company, like, I'm hands on with everything that I do. So I lost out on a lot of shit. I was glad that my wife was back on her feet because she a doctor, and I'm always the one that always paid the bills and carried the family. And then my father-in-law passing last week, and then it was like, dude, there was so much shit going on, bruh. And my outlet was, listening to content creators and, having them being able to hold them conversations with y'all. And Winston, to tell you, me and Winston have some real heart-to-heart talks, like real talk. But it's like when you fucked up mentally and, like waking, dude, after my heart surgery, like just from me resting, I ended up having double shoulder impingement, dude. I couldn't even move my arms. I literally couldn't move my arms. Couldn't even
that because you was sitting trying to beat that thing with goddamn no lotion. So you were creating too much friction and the torque, you know what I'm saying? The torque through your shoulder out. But now you know. Now you know. You gotta lubricate that thing.
I really have a horrible visual here of someone having gone through that before to be able to say something about it.
Yeah, dude, because it was like when I tell you, like, the hardest thing I ever had to do is when my wife, when like me and her can both sit here and we was laughing at, she pointed to my heart and was pointing at my scar. I pointed to her heart and I was pointing at her scar because we both had open heart surgery.
Yeah.
And it's like when you can sit back and you can laugh about it now, and then you can look back at the people that got you through and stuff like that. Like, yeah, we can sit back and we can laugh and we can cry about it now because we still here. But it was a point, even when she was, like, my wife actually thought about suicide, bro, because she was tired of fighting. Like, literally going through all of that chemo, then having a double mastectomy, then going through what 12 weeks of radiation. Like, getting to a point where I couldn't even tell. And y'all seen my wife. My wife beautiful as hell. Like when you get to a point where you can't even tell your wife she's beautiful.
You got one, bro. You got one. You feel me? It ain't even about her looks and shit. It's more to the point of when you go through something, she riding with you.
Right.
And when she going through something, you ride with her. And neither one of y'all put whatever situation above the other.
Right.
Yeah, y'all go in it even headed as a team. Like you remember the old kickoff rule? We had the wedge buster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Y'all, you and your old lady, y'all a wedge buster. Whatever the hell y'all facing, you're gonna bust it together. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That's the beauty because you've done something that what a lot of people have never been blessed to be able to do, and that's finding somebody that you can go bust a wedge with, and continue to grow and continue to build and to continue to just keep going. Like, bro, you're blessed. You're blessed so far beyond what you can even think of. In the Bible, it says that a man that finds a wife has found a good thing. You found your real. You found your missing part, your completion. And she did the exact same thing. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That right there, man. Like all of us on this panel is always there for you. But she's gonna take you further than anybody. Anything that I can sit there and say, John can say, Ty can say, Red can say, anybody on this panel, she's gonna take you further.
Oh, I know. I just want to let y'all brothers know that I appreciate y'all, man.
Hey, brother, any day, any time, any whatever, man, we here for you. This shit go beyond goddamn talking shit about sports and shit. I can sit there and argue with y'all all day long, and everyone on this panel, I view all of y'all as my brothers. Every last one of you. Point blank period.
Same here, Winston. Same here, Tonyo. Then remember, Tonyo, you know, you got that one at the end of the day. But in every storm, the sun comes out in the end, big dog. And just look forward to that sun coming out, okay? That's the main thing. Because it's gonna happen. The storm is gonna hit you one way or another. And
And
every
you
time
know,
the storm hits me, I always look forward to that sunshine because I know I'm gonna get through it.
hey, hey,
Same for you.
hey, John.
Yes.
You know what y'all doing? Because everybody on this panel, we got what 9 on this panel right now. I love
Mm-hmm.
all of y'all like my brother. You feel me? The last 20 minutes of the show and stuff, let's just have a mental health check for everybody on the panel and everybody in the comment. You know what I'm saying? Like how have y'all been doing? How have your week been? How y'all feeling? What are you going through? We here. Be here. We fellowship and talk shit about goddamn sport. We can talk shit about real shit in life too. How y'all feel?
Well, man, I'll start off. Let me start off by saying, first off, um, I've been doing this content thing for a while now. And I have plenty of people that reach out to me that talk more than football. If I'm available to talk, I'll talk to anybody. People that that reach out. If I'm available, I can talk to you. I didn't had people talk. I didn't had people reach out and talk to me about fantasy football. I'm sitting there getting my ass beat the same way you are, but they just got a vent about about how their team is trash, right? But again, I will say this, and when it comes to black men, we struggle with opening up. That's the other men too. We definitely struggle to open up to women because sometimes they use that shit against us. It is what it is. But we've been conditioned to walk around with the weight of the world on our shoulders.
That's true.
And we don't open up about it. And that causes, that's got to come out some type of way. And a lot of times it doesn't come out in a positive light. So what I've learned is, you get that one person you can trust with anything. For me, that's my father. And whenever I feel, there's a couple things I do when I feel like low, I guess. I watch the Saints complain. I watch Saints fans. That really picks me up. No, when Saints fans crash out, that picks me up. I feel better after that. They're my therapy sessions sometimes. Sometimes I'll be in the bed, man. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to make it through this week. I immediately go to YouTube and look at Saints crashing out. I go to sleep like a baby. So,
but you know the beauty of that though is like when you stress out, you found a way to cope. You found an outlet. You found a release.
And it's low key petty too. So
it don't matter, but I love it for you. Because the simple thing is this though. What would happen if you didn't have that release? What if you didn't realize that, hey, like I have things built up and I don't have a way to turn. So I'm just gonna continue to let it build up. Because like you said, like black men, like we conditioned to be us against the world. I gotta provide, protect, and do this for everybody else, and I'm at the top of it.
Yeah.
A
Then
lot
when
of
you come to the realization that nobody cares, I have a list on my garage door. I read it every time I walk out the door. My first rule is nobody's coming to save me. That's my first rule over everything. I tell myself that every day. Nobody's coming to save you because as a black man, that's true. You know, unfortunately, I'm 43. Women have the luxury of finding a sugar daddy. Women have the luxury of finding somebody that's going to provide for them. I don't. I got to get it. I got to get out here and get it because I don't find men attractive. So, I got to get out here and get it every day. You know what I mean? But there have been, so many people that have reached out, because of my content. And sometimes I do feel bad because people look forward to it. People hit me up like, hey man, that was a good show. You made me laugh. You took my mind off of stuff. And I don't post a lot. Everybody knows this in the content space. I don't post a lot. I don't have a schedule. Motherfucker, when you see me, you see me.
hey, when you slide in, you slide in. But when you slide in, it's great shit every time.
Yeah, but it's it's therapy for me too. Because I like to talk about my team. Unfortunately, everybody that I know personally, like friends and family, they don't know why I'm a Falcons fan. So I can't talk to them about Falcons at all because they'll be like, your team trash. So I don't be wanting to hear that shit
I
24/7.
told you 20 years ago to carry your ass.
Hey,
Come
hey,
on, be a
Mark.
Saint fan.
Yeah,
Mark, I second that same sentiment that you just said. Once upon a time, man, that like I would look forward, like literally look forward to Fridays. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna say no names, but Fridays used to be my jam. Now I ain't got nothing to do but twiddle my thumbs on Fridays. So
yeah.
you know.
And I think, it builds, this community, it builds. That's why I always give credit to Falcons content creators, whether I fell out with them or not. I make sure to, shout them out at the beginning of every video that I do. And when I end the video, because it's more than just one person, it's more than just one content creator. A lot of people that listen to us, they bounce from me to Tidy to Smitty to Uncle Steve. We bounce, and it's. I know some channels have beefs. I get that. That's cool. But I even advocate, hey, go check them out. Because I do understand that if I can take your mind off of anything that you're going through for 2 hours, anything, I feel like that stream was worth it. You know
Hey,
what I mean? Because again, it's go ahead,
one of
sorry.
the most beautiful things that I've seen in the past couple of months was a beef between 1 and 2, and 1 and 2. I ain't sitting to say no name, but
Yeah,
1 and 2, they end up hashing it out,
yeah,
and they able to function, and they got over that shit, and now everything is love. That's beautiful. Cause at the end, we all black men, man.
yeah,
Everybody sitting there trying to make something shake for themselves. You feel me?
I don't
yeah.
know, red,
And
yellow.
yeah,
Red's as
red
yellow as
shit
that
question.
Lakers jersey, fam.
Man, red yellow is the Laker jersey, and his hair is red as goddamn Atlanta Hawks. So I mean, it's still questionable, but but no, like real shit, man. Like as brothers, if we can come together in fellowship like this, man, us united to a same goal, that shit is unstoppable. But
Yeah.
I
Somebody
think it
grab
would
the
have took longer.
violin.
But
Hold,
I just
hold
know.
on. Let me grab my violin.
Nah, man, nah, like on some real shit. Like ain't no joking with this right now. I ain't even have a joking because like this is something that a lot of us need to have. We just never had an outlet to have it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's some real nigga shit.
And
I
let me
know plenty of times like I be irked out for like days on that, and I just be ready to goddamn get on our show, and I'm ready to goddamn snatch ass. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And it, it it's cathartic. It's cathartic.
So let me say this real quick. When you got a situation where, you know, you have open heart surgery, your wife has open heart surgery, you're in the hospital for 15 days, you're going to sleep praying that you don't wake up, your wife is, had suicidal, thoughts or whatever. I tell you, like my grandmother used to tell me, if you ain't dying, you testifying.
Come on.
And that's just real shit. It took me a while to understand
That's
how
what's up.
important that is. You know, you are a testimony to somebody else. You can go through all that stuff and you still walking and you still breathing, because a lot of people don't survive a heart attack. A lot of people don't survive open heart surgery. My father, 2 years ago, my father had a stroke and a heart attack at the same damn time. So we didn't think he was gonna make it out. So I've always looked at my father as this big, strong motherfucker. So to see him in a weakened state, you don't want to, see your heroes down bad. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, while he was in the hospital, my father told me the same thing my grandma said, because I used to tell that to my father. And I was like, "How you feeling?" He said, "If I ain't dying, I'm testifying," while he's in the hospital bed. So again, God takes you through these things, man, to make you stronger, but also make your testimony heard for other people. So when you're telling other people your testimony, there's somebody listening to that, and they might be in a situation where they're down bad, and they hear that, and it motivates them. Because if you're not in a grave, um hey man, you still got another day to turn it around, and another day, to be productive and pick it up. I'll say this and I'll land my plane, because this is a tad bit funny. In a tragedy, my grandmother died when she was 97. Her funeral was somewhere out. It was beyond Perry. It was like some Color Purple shit, no lie. I still don't know. I went to that church one time, dude. I couldn't tell you how to get back there. So my grandmother was a tad bit petty too. And when everybody went up to the casket to see her for one last time, I saw my uncles go up there, break down in tears, cry. I had never seen them cry before. I got up there and I actually chuckled, which y'all know at a funeral, that's a no-go. That's a no-go. The reason why I chuckled is because my grandmother was laying in that casket, and in her hand, she had a bag of tobacco. Let me tell you how petty this is. My grandmother used to always say, if I die, y'all bury me with my backer now. Till this day, I don't know who the fuck put that in there. But I'm like, she was serious as a heart attack. And it was, I forget what kind of brand it was. It had an Indian on it. It was the good shit. But I'm thinking to myself, she ain't gonna she dead. So somewhere in Perry, bumfuck Georgia, or wherever, there is a casket with a fresh pack of tobacco. But I say that to say my grandmother was 97. She lived a great life. You know, we all gotta go someday. Live every day like it's your last, man, and just put positivity in the air. You know, that's it. But you know, God put you in a space to where you can testify, man. That's all that is. So I'll be working all night and I'll be thinking that, like, man, him and his wife had open heart surgery and they still breathing.
Yep.
You know, God put you through these things, and God will never put you through something you can't bear. He's not built like that. It's built to make you stronger. So don't ever think that you're less than, or you know, you don't want to be here, because you're here for a reason.
Why me? Oh, why
Yeah,
me?
yeah. And I've said that at times, you know, but why not me? So I answer a question with that, man. But I will say mental health with Black men is definitely an important thing. And latch on to somebody that you know you can trust. So when you got a vent, you feel down in the dumps, you can reach out to them, and they don't tell everybody. So I think that that'll allow more of us as Black men to open, you know, to be vulnerable. Because, you know, we like to crack jokes and shit. You know, that's a coping mechanism sometimes. But you know what I've learned is, hey man, you gotta be positive. We here every day for a purpose until we're not. So I'd say, man, go in there, hug the shit out of your wife. Because again, whoever finds a wife finds a good thing. The Bible also does say that a man will sleep on a roof rather than be in the house with a contentious woman. So if you got a real one, go hug her, man. You know, and for everybody else in the chat, you know, John, appreciate you bringing me on here, man. You know, Tidy, all you guys, man. Hey, I watch y'all. I might not comment, but I watch y'all and I listen to y'all. Y'all got good points. You know, the beautiful part about this fan base, we ain't always gonna agree on everything. And that's fine. That's fine. You know, but everybody's opinion matters. Everybody's does. So I'm gonna land my plane there, man. Great talk. Go hug your wife, man. Go hug the shit out of your wife. Tidy, put that goddamn cigar down.
I sure got one in my hand right now.
Put it the fuck down, man. Put it down.
Look, that why the fuck I had it on goddamn camera. It's too much smoke. They're not gonna be able to see me.
Yeah.
But shit,
Yep.
all right, hell, hey James, man, how you feeling, brother? How your week been?
It's been blessed, man. I can't complain. Won't complain. What's good is gonna do. Um, the thing is with me is I take life. I keep it simple with life because you put too much into it, that's when you become stressed. The goals you're trying to get is gonna, to me, and I say this to myself every day. The goals you're trying to get to, you're gonna get to them step by step. Make sure you take those step by steps very careful, and make sure that you do everything in your power to take them steps by steps.
Hey man, tell Terry Fun know that. Carry on.
Well, hey, well, Terry. So far, he been step by step because you know that pink slip is right around the corner. But that's here and there. Um, with me, my mental is good. Um, back in the day, I ain't gonna lie, I used to stress about a lot of stuff, but it took one incident to change everything around me, and I've been like that for almost over 10 years now.
Come on.
Um, I don't stress about nothing. Either it's gonna get done or it's not, and I try to get it done. And if it doesn't get
Breaking up, Jane.
Right. Jane ready to cut the goddamn red light on. That was fucking up his signal. Like, hold on, baby. I'm almost done. Hold on. Hey, Jane.
can y'all hear
Jane, you
me?
back around?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
back.
we.
Hey,
I'm back.
Jane, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, Jane, you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Nah, I fuck with you. I hate you. Go ahead.
Hey, but man, boy, but no. What I was saying was I keep everything simple with my life. Like I was saying earlier, every thunderstorm, the sun gonna come out in the end because the thunderstorm gonna end. So with my mental, I keep that with me on a daily basis to keep going, keep striving, make today better than yesterday. Keep yesterday's energy with yesterday because it's um, and that's pretty much it. I just want to make a confession. I want to thank y'all on the panel, especially Tidy, especially Marcus, you Winston, John, Red. When I first came on into the scene with Atlanta Burger and I started doing these podcasts, I would say 5 words and just mute for the next 3-4 hours. Uh, I thank y'all for helping me build my confidence up to speak more, to get my input on something. I used to think if I gave my input on something and I say something stupid, I won't say nothing else for the rest of the night. If I feel like if it was stupid, but overall now I don't. Excuse my French, everybody. I don't give a damn. So
Come on. Come on.
I appreciate y'all.
Come on. Hey, hey, brother. Hey, it's always an open door here. Like, whatever we can do for you, we're gonna do it. That's what the TET is all about. Now,
Right.
hey, Keely still here? Keely still here?
No, I don't think Keely's still here. Hold on. Let me double check. No, Keely's left.
All right. Well, we go with Red and then Toddy carries on. Red, how you
Well,
feeling, brother?
damn.
Oh, Coach, brother, you still?
Yeah, Coach still here.
All right,
Yeah.
well, let's go, Coach. Let's go, Coach.
Nah,
Red, Toddy.
Red can go. Red can
Coach.
go.
All right, Red, how you feeling, brother? How things going on with you in your life?
Good, man. Can't complain.
All right, well, good answer. God damn, Red. Red. Like, all right. Huh?
I said just
The,
2 words.
the, that
Ooh
joint
wee.
breaking up.
Yeah,
What?
that's been going on this whole week.
What?
Internet's been janky. Well, mine has been, and since you all are coming through me, I hope I'm not pulling y'all down. Y'all getting charged for signal you're not getting. Mhm. But Red, you straight?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah.
Hey, Red, man. Like, just us. It's family. You got shit that going on.
No,
Here you
not
go.
really.
I mean, hell, I sit to say my shit. Like I done had shit going on. Me and the old lady, we won't see eye to eye. That shit been weighing on me day to day. Uh, hell, it was days where we weren't even around each other. You know what I'm saying? Like we going through it, but at the same time, like I've been trying to keep doing what I do for the group page and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And for my personal page, because that's something that's important to me. But like, I didn't have a vent session to get it all out. But then before it ended up happening, like me and her, we had a vent session and we got things straight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, shit, hell no. Like, me and her were beefing. We were beefing way back before goddamn the draft started. Like on some real shit. And what? Friday? Friday, hell, me and her were beefing for like the past 2 weeks. And then Friday of last week, we ended up getting together. Then I took her to DC. We sat out there. We went saw the cherry blossoms and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like we just took time just for us to get back to us. Took her out to go eat and all that good stuff. And I mean, like it's trivial to a lot of people, but at the same time, like it was important for us and it was necessary. And flowed. You know what I'm saying? It was a step in the right direction, and then you have little stumbling block along the way, but man, we got back good and stuff. And my last couple of weeks been rocky. The Atlanta Falcon draft made me happy, but yeah, I'm on a good path. I'm on a good path. And this has been the first time I've been able to actually sit there and talk to people that I actually trust. You know what I'm saying? And actually be able to sit there and lay that out. So I appreciate y'all fellas for sitting here. Tad?
All right.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Hey brother, how you feeling? What's been going on with you?
Um, I've been overall. I've been doing pretty good. I can't sit here and lie and say everything has been peaches and creams. Definitely been some peaks and valleys. In my life, probably these last 2 years. And I've been doing like lately. I've been doing a lot of self reflection. Um, been doing a lot of praying. Well, been doing more praying than I normally would do. Um,
I've seen you been hiking a lot.
yes, hiking. I started that last spring, and it has done wonders for my spirituality. More than I ever could imagine that it could do for me. Just being out there in nature and you know, being by myself along with my thoughts. It
One more
really has
thought.
done a lot for me. Exactly. Um, and recently, maybe some of y'all have noticed, maybe some of you have not, but recently, like even on my Facebook, like 2, 3, 4 times a week, not every day, but I try to get into a habit of doing at least a few times a week. I'll try to start my day with a positive, inspirational post. You know, before I talk about any sports or any music or I try to crack any little jokes, I've been trying to start off, you know, hey, here's some inspiration. And really, not to sound selfish, but it really has been for me. And you know, and hopefully it touched somebody else too. But it's just for me to work on getting in a more positive mind state, you know, to help myself get over any kind of hurdles that I'm going through mentally. And just like you, gentlemen, you know, we all go through these hurdles. So, you know, that's one thing that I've been doing, and I just been trying to take care of myself mentally. Um, I'm an only boy. I was raised with two sisters, no older brothers. And being raised like that, only boys, and there's a lot of you have alluded to, we really tend to be to ourselves. We kind of tend to be introverts and hold stuff in. And I'm even in my 40s, my mid 40s, I'm trying to break myself out of that cycle at this point in my life because it's not a good thing to be in, you know. So I want to thank you, gentlemen, especially Antonio, and I'll be praying for you, Antonio, to have a conversation like this, Antonio, especially you, man. It takes, pardon my French, but it takes a shitload of courage. Because as some of you have already said, especially Marcus, like as black men, we're conditioned based on how we're raised to hold stuff in, like to talk about therapy, even to talk about your mental health. We have been kind of raised to think that's a sign of weakness. And as we start to get older, we start to become wiser, and we realize that is very, very much needed. You know, you do need an outlet. Like Marcus was saying, you need somebody you can go to and talk to and you can trust. So that is very, very important. And everything happens for a reason. I know that's a super old saying, but you know, I think God felt like he needed the people on this panel. He needed the people that's listening. He needed the people that's going to listen to this tomorrow to hear this conversation and soak it in, you know. And I've been listening intently as all of you have been speaking, and a lot of what y'all have said, you know, has really been on my heart, you know. So and you know, I know Coach was teasing me, like, you know, not coming on Friday nights really no more. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I hadn't told any of y'all that, but that'd be like the end of the work week for me. And I'd be mentally tired, I'd be spiritually tired, and I'd be physically tired. And sometimes I just don't have the mental energy to do it. I just be worn out mentally. The week done kicked my ass. So I'll try to put a better foot forward and try to start back doing it on a more consistent basis. You know, if nothing else, for us to sit here and argue and fellowship and talk our junk. But it is very important to have these kind of open discussions or open platform and get things out. You know, because I forgot who said it, but sometimes when you hold things in, it releases itself, not always in the correct way. But I want to thank all of you. Much love to everybody on this panel. Much love to everybody that's been on this panel. And if anybody needs just somebody to vent to talk to, hey, send me a message, you know. And I think most of y'all have my phone number. If you don't, message me and I'll be happy to give it to you. But much love and blessings to all y'all brothers. Just like Winston said, I look at all y'all like brothers. Even though if we don't always agree and share the same opinions about this sorry ass team that we root for.
So shit.
You know, that doesn't change anything about the brotherhood. So much love to everybody, and again, Antonio, my prayers to you. And I just want to say thank you for actually initiating this conversation. It took a hell of a lot of courage on your part, brother. And I definitely thank you for that, and I appreciate it.
Sure enough. Sure enough. Sure enough. Like, oh, jeez.
Hey, coach.
Let me say this before Antonio. I forgot to say, I'm gonna send in my prayers for you. If you need, I'll let you. Okay. Much love to everybody on this panel. Much love to everybody.
I can say this.
Coach gone?
Like,
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Over everything. Thank you, Taddy. Thank you, Taddy. Because if it wasn't for Taddy, I would have never known any of y'all. If it wasn't for Taddy, I would never had the idea of creating a show with John. If it wasn't for Taddy, I would never known none of y'all. Like, and now I see all of y'all as my brother. You feel me? Like this go ways beyond like our conversating and and we sitting there ragging on who's to go, LeBron, Jordan, and Kobe or whatever. Like it go way beyond that.
You
I think
forgot
they
one.
no, I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. See what I'm saying? This guy here. But like I appreciate everyone that's on this panel. Everyone that was on the panel beforehand too. I appreciate all of y'all in the chat because none of this would never miss spark without Tatter. Without Tatter sitting there open up his channel for me and John to do a show. None of this would never miss spark. So for that, hey brother, I appreciate you. But
You're very welcome.
coach, your flow.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm gonna keep it a little short and sweet. I didn't quite hear what Antonio said, and nor am I going to ask you to repeat it, Antonio. Whatever your issue is, bro, I'm sending you healing energy. As far as tidy, hey, bro, I was just sending you shots. It's all good, bro.
No,
Um,
so
yes, I'm here.
it's all this is right now is just a fellowship check-in with our brother. How you
Yeah.
feeling? How your week been? What's going on? Like how you feeling, bro?
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing good. Just let life, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's I think Marcus said it and Toddy touched up on it. I have actually had it in my heart even before to the sports thing, a men's talk show. Because as we all know, it's from the moment you can walk and talk, it's suck it up. Men don't cry, suck it up, this, that, and the third. And I had to break myself out of telling my son that. Um, that's not nothing good to say. But as for me, man, like my daily battle is just my attitude, man. It's Southeast DC is so ingrained in me that it's hard, bro, for me to, not as the youngins say, crash out all the time. So that's my daily battle. Somewhat getting better, but then some are happening. So I'm trying to, do the work to always stay stoic I'm on my masculine at all times. So, other than that, man, I'm doing well. But as well, any Antonio, Winston, Red, Toddy, John, any of y'all ever need to talk, Coach is always here. Anytime we need to ride, Coach is always here. You know what I'm saying? So
Same man.
that's it for me.
All right, John. Big homie, OG of everybody. Brother, how you been?
That's one hell of a question that'd be asking me. Well, hey, I'm straight. I'm straight. And unfortunately, I am part of that tail end of the generation of holding it in. That was one of the things that my dad did.
It's tell you.
And it's a weird combination because the other part of that, there have been times that I've referred to kind of another type of upbringing, and that was, partly a religious background and partly a science fiction background, because I am an avid Trekkie. I'm Star Trek all the way. And because of that, there is a level of stoicism that I will have about a lot of things. Now, I can, one thing that I notice about myself is, in getting older, my tolerance level for a lot of things has shortened tremendously. And I'm especially troubled at this time about the present political climate, and trouble beyond measure because things that were set in stone for all of us, I really feel sorry. I really feel sorry, and I'm really concerned about you guys, because when you reach where I am, it's not going to be, if things continue the way that they are, it's not going to be pretty for you. It's not going to be good for you, no matter how much money you might have, no matter where you may end up, whatever preparations that you might have made for yourselves. I'm just very fearful about what may transpire, because there are things that have been in motion since the 1920s, 1930s, where the country went through a lot of things. The world went through a lot of things. You had world wars, you had, diseases, things of that sort that have been eradicated. And my father's generation and most of my generation, we've gotten off pretty light until 2020. And 2020, when 2020 took place, it's like the recovery from that has not brought you back to prior to 2020. The overall atmosphere in the world and in the country gentlemen, it's just not like it used to be. Hatreds and various things are coming to the fore that was tamped down. You know, you had very few people who would, you know, bubble up and say crazy things, but now it's okay. And this thing is about to go off the rails. This thing is really about to go off the rails. And I'm concerned about all of you. You know, I'm concerned about all of you, and concerned about your futures, and concerned about how things are going, and that really weighs heavily upon me whenever I talk with you guys. I am, just like Winston said, I'm eternally grateful for Tidy. Because, when I joined the Atlanta Bird Gang, I've been kicked out about 3 or 4 other groups because, one of the main things that I always was fussing about was Matt Ryan and some of those other groups. They couldn't stand it. They didn't like it. But I don't know, a lot of you guys know I used to call in and fuss about sports and things of that sort. And I did that a lot of times to distract me, kind of like what we're doing now. And see, it's kind of hard for me to encapsulate 65 years of living life in one session like this, or at one time like this, because, as the song goes, I've been so many places in my life and time, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and because of that background, it's a responsibility for me, and I feel this very strongly. It's a responsibility for me to impart to you guys lessons that I've learned, things that I've experienced. That's why, Coach get at me about, talking and going back and referring to things in the past or whatever. But there was something that I was told a long, long time ago. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. I never celebrated birthdays because biblically, it said the day of a man's death is more important than the day of a man's birth. Because, when that person passes on and goes to sleep for a while, what he did and what he left speaks more about him than the day that he came here. It's extremely, to me, it's just extremely important that I not preach to you, but I give you something to think about. So that you can come to a conclusion, not by me influencing you, but by you using your own gray matter up here. Because, one people, I really don't like to lead people. I like to give them all the logical information, all of the information, period, and let them draw their own conclusion. Now, there will be times where I will have to direct certain things because of the fact that the undeniable laws governing the situation state that. But we all come, I have to remember that we all come from different backgrounds. We all, I compare all of us joining here on this platform talking about this, just like 75 and 85 downtown. For James, well, now you don't have none. Well, for James, it's like 20 and 55 in Jackson. For Winston, 64 and 95 in Richmond. We all together right now. And you came from this place, you came from this place, but we're together right now. And we share a commonality for the time that we are together. We may still have that common thread when we finally separate at the end of shows like this, at the end of times that we talk, whatever. But for this one time, we're together. And I value this time together because we can intertwine and share ideas, share feelings, share thoughts or whatever. And, you know, one thing that I always want when we do this is nobody take anything personal and nobody throw anything out personal. And, you know, to be mindful of, you know, the people that you're talking to all the time, because, you know, I want to make sure, and I want you guys to make sure that you're not offending when you're speaking. I try not to, you know, and very, you know, very easily, you know, with this show, me being the moderator, being one of the moderators, excuse me, you know, me and Winston, you know, things get off the rails to a certain extent or something of that nature. You know, I could easily, hey, Tidy, do like your boy Mark. Mess around here just muting folk, and I say, hey man, you know, but no, I don't want to do that. I know that, you know, it may be a time where I may have to, but I don't want to do that. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I want to see where you're coming from. You know, that's what really makes our show unique. And, you know, it's therapy for me because, you know, those of you who are Falcon fans in the chat, those of you who are here, there was a time where we just had to fuss among one or two people after the game was off. We had no outlet. We had no internet. Then Sports Talk Radio came, and I jumped on that with both feet. Could have done a show. However, I was not going to play the political game. If I felt that this was wrong or this was bad, I was going to say it. There were times when me and Dan Reeves went at it face to face at $3 Cafe, you know, right after the game or Monday night after the game. Me, him, Jeff Cullinger, or whatever. You know, I jumped on many people, talked to many people about this, and shoot, I've been, you know, like I said, I've been doing this really for about all the time that I was at, all the time I was at work, at least about 30 years. But this medium came up, and like I, you know, said before, Tidy, I really thank you for, you know, opening up the Bird game for me and Winston to come on, and to Antonio. Well, I guess he'll see this because I guess he's gone. But one thing I wanted to say to Antonio specifically, as you said, Tidy, it takes a lot of courage and a lot of fortitude to be able to open up about certain things, especially close shaves with death. Especially the death of a loved one, especially the death of someone who is proven to be bone of your bone, flesh of your flesh. Because, you know, as you guys have said, you know, if you find a wife, you find a good thing. I unfortunately did not. I, you know, did all I could do. And, you know, things sometimes work out, things sometimes don't. But to all of you who do, man, you know, hold on, cleave unto all of the expletives, because you found a rarity. And that's another reason why I feel sorry for the younger people now, because, the thing about or the process of trying to find someone like that is way, way, way harder. The waters are way dangerous, choppy, shark infested right now, because sometimes you don't know what you're getting in the package. Sometimes you don't have an idea of, you just don't know. You don't know who you're dating. You don't know who you're going to end up with. You don't know if you're going to be able to make it out of it alive, because you got some booger bears out here now, and, I'm praying, and, I'm listening to things that people are saying. I was always taught that I have value. However, the joy in relationships with people is to value them, not to toot your own horn, but to value other people. And your value will be reflected in how they feel about you. Because bragging and all that type of stuff. I remember an old country comedian said, don't ever sing your tune too high. Remember, it's not the whistle that pulls the train. So like I said, me being okay, in my estimation, pales into insignificance versus whether you guys are okay. Now at my age, with I got more miles behind me than I got in front of me. My energy is basically vested and invested in making sure and trying to influence to a certain extent where you guys go. Because thing is, my story is just about written. It's not always a pretty story. It's not always a glowing testimonial to the virtues of a young man in Georgia. But one thing I can say, I had fun. And I'm having fun now. That's it.
That was dope.
No, like John, when I first had this idea, you was the you was the only one I wanted to do it. And for you to sit and say, we have something, be able to do something, and then for us to forge this path together, there's not enough days in the year for me to sit there and express how much I appreciate you. I'm being honest with you. Like, you, to me, you big bro. You're a father figure. You, you're you. You're on a pedestal above everybody else. Because when I wanted to strike out and go do something, you were right there with me. That's one of the reasons why you are the only person where I test shoes. I could have been got me a pair. I didn't want to. I I wanted you to. I wanted to be able to show you what you meant to me and to this. And to be honest, I probably won't buy a pair of eye test shoes because I really want your shoes to be one on one. Because of what you are, you are one on one, and I appreciate you, brother. Honestly, I truly appreciate you.
Well, I definitely appreciate that, and like I said, all of you, to all of you, um, appreciate you guys, and being able to, talk with you guys every week is a joy. Hey man, wouldn't miss a Wednesday without it. But as I have said from time to time, I have other things that are going on, and trying to preserve jobs and things of that nature. And unfortunately, that's sometimes at a moment's notice. I am very surprised that nobody called me today because they've been calling all week. But like I said, I really appreciate that from all of you. And you all have, well, thing is that, y'all have my messenger number. And, you want to talk about anything or if there's anything that you want to, just run by me. I'll do the best that an old man can do. Try to get back with you and, try to guide you halfway. Now, you might not like what I've got to say, but what I want you to do is bump it up against logic. Bump it up against reasoning. Test it out and see if it'll work for you.
Man, what I think is so dope listening to both of you guys talk is to see how many voices have entered like the Falcon space and guys, y'all teaming up to do this show and Ryan doing his thing and Uncle Steve doing his thing and it makes me smile from ear to ear because it's like to see and hear all these voices. When I started out, it was solo. So to see all this, especially coming out of Atlanta Bird Gang, when people didn't really know who Tiny was, as a person. I didn't even know Tiny ran AVG. I honestly didn't. Um, and then how I found out was kind of funny. That's a story for another day. But yeah, so to hear like all these voices and all these different opinions and stuff like that, that's just dope, man. Because I always hear the same thing, like what Coach alluded to where some people just felt like they didn't want to talk. You know what I mean? Like they had things to say, but they didn't know how it would be received and stuff like that. Then they get to a point where like, I don't give a damn. I'm gonna say what I want to say. That's dope to see, man. So like listening to y'all talk, I'm just smiling, man, because I'm like, that's a dope thing. And the fan base needs that. We need different voices. We need different voices with different opinions. So yeah, that's dope to hear, to hear y'all talk like that. Cause we've had some wars in these groups. We've had some wars with these channels. Um and I mean that might, us losing probably added fire to that, but uh yeah, man, that's real refreshing to hear. Um and again, I enjoy uh the different opinions and stuff like that. Because they're different. Some channels don't curse. Some channels play it by the book. I don't do either. So to have all this and to see people like adjusting and uh changing stuff on their channel. I see Tidy using the green screen in the back now, and you know uh and people were giving their content thought and stuff like that. Um it doesn't go unseen. I see a lot of that, and I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the content creators. I can't say that enough. Um, so it's kind of, how can I put this? It kind of alleviates the pressure on guys like me to a certain extent, because I think Tidy can attest to this. When I was in ABG, on average, I was doing like 3 or 4 videos a week. Some days I did 2 or 3 videos that day. Um, so when people started doing content in that group, um, I just felt like I didn't have to make, all these videos all the time, because other people were coming in with their different opinions and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, I can kind of fall back a little bit. Um, so to see it, transfer over to YouTube now, and um it's dope, man. It's dope. Uh, so people will give me credit. Listen, I people had this stuff in them all along, so I just happened to be the first one to get on camera and vent about this team in Facebook groups, I guess. Um, but at the same time, man, there are people with better content. Um, and I rock with them. There was I forget this dude's name, man, but uh he started doing he started his channel like last year or a year and a half ago, and bang, his subscriber list is booming, right? Um and I
Yeah,
remember
that's
when,
what we're trying to get to. We started our
yeah, like,
on channel last year.
yeah, so it's good to see that. And I don't care how big or how small the subscriber list is, every voice is important. Every voice is. And we gonna argue. That's what family does. You know, I you know Kyle Pitts was a very controversial pick. We argued over that for 3 years. So again, man, it's dope to see that type of stuff, and I can't emphasize that enough. John, I remember I think the first time I saw you was you were in a video with Uncle Steve. And I
Yeah.
could tell immediately, like, you knew what you were talking about when it came to football. Um, and there are plenty of, new guys that are coming in. Um, and it starts from somewhere. Everybody has a voice. Um, and I like to see that stuff. I really, really do. Um, So just know I be checking y'all out. I be in the car. I don't comment a lot, but I don't comment a lot on a lot of channels. So, and it's dope. And at the end, it always kind of circles back to Tidy because of ABG. And at the time, I mean, Tidy, I'm pretty sure you can tell me, but I think at that time, that was the biggest Facebook group about the Falcons. Yeah, so it's like 34, 36,000 deep off in there. So yeah, Tidy gets he's got to get the credit because again, I was doing videos in other groups, but it's when I got in that group, and I tell people this all the time, don't watch the numbers. Don't. When I first started doing videos, man, there were like 2 or 3 people that watched. Two or three. And then over time, there'd be times where I would get in, especially on Sundays. I mean, I click the live button and 15, 16 seconds, there's like 100 people already in there. That shit didn't happen overnight. I can't tell you how many videos I've made in that group. But I'd like to, my worth in it is just I was a guy who needed a video outlet because I got tired of writing posts. And then I forget what game it was. I was so mad that we lost. I tried writing a post multiple times. I just couldn't do it that way. I'm like, fuck it. I have to visually let this out. So my first video was me in the garage. That was my first video. And then it was just easier to talk about it that way instead of just writing all these long ass paragraphs, to get it out. So it was like therapy. I didn't care who watched. And then, over time it became what it was. And then, Tidy started making videos in there. So yeah, man, it's just a beautiful thing. And I'd like to think I can't prove this. I like to think when it comes to the video content, especially in Facebook groups, we might have been the first ones. We might have been the first ones to start doing the video content. Because I didn't really see people were barely doing videos on Facebook, period. Because it had the 10-minute window. You can only do it for 10 minutes. And then you had to record it and then upload it. It wasn't live. So I didn't really see a lot of people doing that on Facebook, period. But yeah, like for everybody that claims that they hate the Falcons, if you look at any merchandising, you always see our jerseys. Celebrities, rock with us. But again, man, shout out to Tidy, shout out to y'all, man. And the other content creators. I shout out creators that probably don't even watch me. So that's how much content I watch. I watch content creators, whether they got, Smitty's numbers or if they got like 100 subscribers. It don't matter to me. If you talk Falcons football, I'm there. So again, this was a good way to kind of end it with the mental health check, man, because I think we definitely need a lot more of that. I definitely think we need a lot more of that. But I think we need a lot more voices in the Falcons content community anyway. So I've listened to some of these new guys. They spitting. They spitting. Some of the old guard, we've been spitting. You know what I mean? So I don't think there's a channel I don't like. I might have my issues with one. Well, I don't listen to them anymore. So but it's not because they don't have good content. It's just I don't listen to them. But yeah, man, y'all keep doing y'all thing. Y'all keep doing y'all thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No choice.
But yeah, credit to Tidy though, man. I'm gonna give Tidy his flowers.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it a lot.
No problem.
All right, gentlemen. It's just about time for. Ooh, man, it's about 3:00. About time for an old man to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Hey, Red, what you doing this weekend? Y'all coming on?
Yeah, well, that's the plan. That's the plan. 11 a.m. Saturday mornings, YouTube, Facebook. Red and Real Sports Show. Y'all check me out. Be there. I'll be there. Everybody's welcome. Thank you for having me again, John. Thanks, everybody. It was a very inspiring debate tonight. Like I say, enjoyed the session. And honestly, I can't wait to debate with you guys again. Tidy, Marcus, Winston, James, Keela, Antonio, Coach. Much love from your boy Red. John, of course, especially you, John.
Much love.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I really appreciate it. James, what you doing this weekend, man?
I ain't doing nothing this weekend. I'm gonna be asleep this weekend. I ain't lying.
It's just Wednesday, James. Good grief, man. They been whooping on you like that.
Man, this job here, boy, this contract, boy, Lord have mercy. I got one more day, then I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm finna enjoy that. I'm finna be in that bed.
Hey, man, I understand that. I might be down. Well, I know I'm coming that way, but I'm headed to Houston. I might holler at you on the way back.
Okay. Do that, John.
On the way back and see if we can hook up or whatever.
Yeah, I'll take you to that wing spot so you can get them wings I told you about.
Oh, all right. Shoot, I'm still trying to get Winston straightened out with the script club. So he can order his stuff, but he said he ain't making no headway.
Hey, look, I might fucking want to come down there tomorrow.
Huh?
I said I might mess around coming down there tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you say you coming this way? Okay, all right.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
coming.
All right.
I know. I'll be out there in either May or June, but I might come down there tomorrow just for like a day or two.
All right.
Okay. I try to free my plans up for this summer too. Since I got them 3 days, I try to come in for a training camp if they open it to the public this year. For the weekend or what they do at the Benz.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have it. Tidy Marcus. I'm thinking that they're gonna open training camp at least for a week or 8 days for us this year because all of the construction is done. So ain't no sense of y'all lying. We coming. Let me see, who did I do? Oh, Marcus. Tell folk where they can find you at, whenever you decided to, start back.
Man, it's been the same for years, man. On the Mark on YouTube. Spelled just like it is. Man, I'm not gonna lie, I've been enjoying.
With the C.
Yeah, with the C. Yeah, there's some other cat out here. I'm like, what the fuck this dude talking about on his channel? But yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie, I've been enjoying this off season. Like Tidy alluded to early, man. Sometimes, man, you get off, you just want to sit and chill. And that's how I've kind of been. My ritual is usually to take a couple weeks off in the off season anyway. But I stretched that this year. But I'll probably get back active probably in about a week or two because I've been, working on some things for my channel and stuff like that, trying to, do different stuff like I always do. So yeah, in about a week or two, I'm gonna rev it back up, and we gonna chop up good game over there like we always do.
All right, look forward to it. And hey man, appreciate you stopping by. And
Appreciate you having me.
Oh, no problem. Like me and Winston always said, we might start out in Greenville and end up in Chattanooga, California. Ain't no telling. See, that's the way we like to do it. All right, Mr. Tidy Jones.
Yes, sir. As always, fellas, I appreciate the conversation. Thanks for having me on. Definitely one of the more inspirational and inspiring conversations that we've had. So I really appreciate that a lot. And much love, blessings, and prayers to everybody on the panel, man. I appreciate all you gentlemen. A great, great, great deal. So God bless y'all.
All right, thank you, sir, and appreciate you coming through. We didn't have to pull on the rope too much to draw you in tonight, but I appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you coming. Winston, what you got, boss? Roll me out.
Thank you, Eric, for one. Everybody in the chat that's still rocking with us. Everybody was rocking with us from Jump Street. Everybody that came through that was on the panel. Keely, Antonio. Well, biggest shout out to Antonio. Cause Antonio opened up a channel and a vein that we all needed. And for that, brother, I completely salute you. I love you for that. And like I've always said it and told you, my door, my phone is always open. Thank you everybody that's been in the chat that's still here. And on the panel. Thank all of y'all for still rocking with us at this late hour. Like I always say, you can catch us every Wednesday. Catch us on Facebook, the eye test. Catch us on YouTube Wednesday night, starting at 10 p.m. Same bad time, same bad channel. Start out with Falcon content. Ain't no telling where the conversation go, but you always gonna enjoy the ride. I promise you that.
All right, and to everybody in the chat, William Amy, and they came through. Wait a minute, scroll now. Well, I'm having trouble with this new StreamYard too, Tidy. Good grief, man. So they jammed a whole bunch of new stuff in here. Strapped Up 24 and Chief and everybody. Like I said, we really appreciate you guys coming through. Tune in. I'm thinking I should be back next week, but I'm not sure. But I'll let you guys know prior whether I'm going to stay there the week or come right back. Oh boy! But at any rate, ladies and gentlemen, y'all could have been any place else, but you're here. And for tonight, we're just gonna go ahead and give out A's and B's. I'll take a D just to make sure that the curve stays right and they don't investigate us. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you in the chat, those of you still with us here on the panel, have a great week, great rest of the week. Stay strong, stay informed, stay vigilant. Bye-bye.
Come on. Love y'all.